Good evening all and welcome to the 100 Ghost Stories Halloween special. Before we dive in though, I would like to give everyone a huge thank you. Today marks 10 years on YouTube, and it has been a true adventure. I really have enjoyed sharing all these stories with you, and I hope I've managed to entertain you throughout the years. Here's to 10 more. I'd like to start off this video with one of my favourite all-time ghost stories. If you've already heard it, as I have narrated it a few times over the years, feel free to use the timestamps to skip to story 1, as I consider this one story 0. But for now it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. This specific story is one that has been passed down to me from my late grandfather. The circumstances are so unusual, so unlike anything I've ever heard, that it's been in the back of my mind for nearly 20 years, ever since it was first told to me when I was a child. My grandfather was a great talker and storyteller in his own way, and the look on his face every time he told it, well, you could tell it shook him up. First, I need to give you a little bit of background. My grandfather was born in the early 20s in a dirt-floor two-room farmhouse in rural South Carolina, an only child of sharecroppers during the Great Depression. He was a premature baby, and his parents, already having lost one infant, were understandably protective of him. I'm sure they were relieved and very happy that he was a strong and healthy child, albeit with an incredible amount of wanderlust. Restless and energetic, he almost always finished his chores as quickly as he could, so that he could take up his little fishing rod and roam to his heart's content. Back then, even horse-drawn carts were a rarity on those long-gone dirt roads. Cars were practically unheard of in that part of the country in those days. Disliking horses, but still greatly desiring to put as much distance between home and himself as he could in the span of an afternoon, he had little choice other than to walk. And walk he did. He combed through miles of woods, fields, and swampland barefoot as the day he came into this world, heedless of brambles or snakes. They wouldn't bother him if he didn't bother them. As much as he enjoyed it, it was a lonely business. His father was a hale man, but with acres of land to help tend as well as livestock, he hardly had the time to join his son on his walks. Sometimes one of the local boys would go with him, but that wasn't often. So being practically kin to everyone within a 30-mile radius, my grandfather took up the grand old southern tradition of going visiting. One of his favorite places to go was to Uncle Peter's. He lived on one of the branches of the lake that stretched across a good portion of the county. It was a tiny shack, hardly more than a shanty, and barely big enough to fit both him and his spinster sister Henrietta, but they made do. Now Uncle Peter loved to talk about as much as he loved to fish, so when he would spot my grandfather coming up the dirt track towards the house, he'd put whatever he was doing aside. Aunt Henrietta was prone to give him stink eye for this, but she was fond of my grandfather too, so she never said anything. It became a tradition of sorts for my grandfather to put a spare shirt in a sack, along with a treat of some kind that his mother made, and head off for Uncle Peter's every other weekend. He did this for years, right up until he married my grandmother. Usually it was about dark when he'd set off, meaning it was well after sunset before he got there. The distance between his house and Uncle Peter's being in the reckoning of about 6 or 7 miles. Grandfather tended to stay through Sunday, heading home after evening supper, which tended to be on the table well after dark. Suffice to say, there wasn't much to be afraid of back then other than the local wildlife. He'd been walking through the countryside at night all his life. He was comfortable and felt very safe. As had become habit throughout the years, Grandfather kissed Aunt Henrietta goodbye, shook Uncle Peter's hand, and started home at a brisk pace. It was autumn, so the air was pleasantly cool, a welcome relief from summer's oppressively humid heat. He said there was a full moon that night, and when he would walk out in the open it was fairly well lit. He could easily see where he was going. The dirt track that led away from Uncle Peter's shack meandered through a bit of marshland before it ended at the wider road. Usually he didn't take that route, unless he felt like a bit of a wander, since cutting through the fields and woodlands was a straighter shot back to his parents' farmhouse, and the road slithered and slunk its way around the far side of the lake before curving back in the direction of home. That night, however, with the moonlight and the refreshing nip in the wind, Grandfather felt the urge to do a bit of meandering. Turning at the end of the path, he stepped onto the road barefoot as a jaybird and softly whistling to himself. The route was so familiar that he hardly paid any attention to the surroundings, letting his feet do most of the work while he occupied himself with other thoughts. Before he knew it, he was approaching the lake. The water was calm that night, dark and still. He slowed down a little, wanting to watch the way the light rippled and shimmered gently. It was such a pretty sight that he nearly missed what was standing not far up the road. At first it was just a silhouette, a tall and solid-looking shadow that seemed to be facing the water. Grandfather thought it might have been a trick of the light initially. He'd walked through a cemetery once in the middle of the night and thought he'd seen a soldier riding a white horse, until he'd gotten closer and realized it was just a large dewdrop on a spiderweb. As he drew nearer, he quickly realized it wasn't his eyes. There was something standing on the side of the road. It was, in fact, a man. He could tell by the build, broad shoulders, and the narrowness of the hips. And he could tell by the clothes. Even in the moonlight, it was evident that the man wore a dark suit that did not fit him well. A shapeless hat was on his head, causing his form to appear elongated and odd-looking. From the distance of several feet, Grandfather could see the shine of good shoes, polished until they picked up the water's gleam. The man was standing so close to the water. So close, in fact, the waves were lapping at those expensive-looking shoes. The lake's shifting reflection softly illuminated his face, and Grandfather could make out strong features that had been weathered by time and toil. The lines around his mouth and eyes were distinctive as he smiled. That was when Grandfather realized that the man was smiling at him. In fact, the man had been staring at him just as long, or longer, as Grandfather had been doing the same. Quickly remembering his manners, he greeted the man politely. The man's expression didn't change as his head turned to follow my grandfather's movements, until he stopped on the other side of the road. A little unnerved, my grandfather stood awkwardly for a long moment, waiting for what he thought would be the appropriate amount of time for a reply. But the man didn't speak. His face never changed. But he slowly brought his hand up and made a beckoning motion with his fingers, silently asking my grandfather to come closer. Grandfather shook his head. "No, sir, I can't stay and talk. I've got to get home. You have a nice night." Dipping his head, my grandfather started walking again, passing the strange man with a slightly quicker pace than he'd been walking before. Feeling that he was being watched, he stopped again a little further up the road. He turned to look back to see the man had turned around, so now he was facing the direction my grandfather was going, still staring at him, but now he was waist-deep in the water. Confused and shocked, Grandfather could only gape at the man as he stood in the lake, that same grin on his face as he lifted his hand and beckoned again. Shaking his head quickly, my grandfather repeated what he'd said before, the words out of his mouth before he could even think about how weird they sounded. "No, sir, I can't stay and talk. I have to go home. You have a nice night." He whipped around and started walking even faster up the road, listening for the sound of splashing or footsteps behind him, but there was nothing. And that's when it struck him. He'd never heard a sound, no splash, no drip, no scuffle of shoes against dirt. Silence. Closing in on the trees, he felt a shiver run down his back as the feeling of being watched washed over him again. He froze on the spot. Everything in him was telling him to just keep walking and not to stop until he was through his mother's kitchen door. But there was an even stronger urge to turn around, to look back one more time. The compulsion was too much to resist. He turned again to look at the lake. The man was still there, only now he was further in. The water was up to his shoulders, and he was still smiling. Even from the distance of several yards in the dark, Grandfather somehow knew the man was still smiling. There was movement, and he saw the man lift his hand a third time, motioning for him to come back, to come closer, to come into the water. Grandfather wasn't sure which, or even if it was any of those things. He never found out. Without a word, he turned to face the trees and walked away. He walked the 7 miles home, unnerved and perplexed. And for the next 80 years until his death at the age of 91, he never figured out who the man was, why he was there, or what he wanted. Over and over again he told us that story. The encounter clearly haunted him as it haunts me. I shudder to think what would have happened to my grandfather had he actually gotten close to the man or lingered by the lake that night. But the one thing that has stuck out in my mind about his experience more than anything is that the man stood almost neck deep in water and didn't even make a ripple. Back in the late 1990s, my Uncle Kurt moved into a house about an hour away from where I live now. I wasn't born yet when this happened, so I'm retelling this story as it was passed down to me by Kurt and other family members. At the time, Kurt had just moved in with his girlfriend Melissa and his young son Joseph, who was from a previous marriage. Joe was about 3 or 4 when the strange things began. One day while playing quietly in his bedroom, he starts having conversations with someone who wasn't there. Curious, Kurt asked, "Who you talking to, Joe?" He simply replied, "The man." At first they brushed it off as nothing more than childhood imagination, but Joseph continued speaking to the man regularly. He even began sharing his toys with him, placing them carefully on the floor as if offering them to someone unseen. Strangely, the man seemed especially interested in toy airplanes and G.I. Joe figures. Soon after, Kurt and Melissa began experiencing disturbing events nearly every night. They would usually fall asleep watching TV in their bedroom, making sure to turn off both the TV and lights before bed. But often Kurt would wake up for no reason in the middle of the night and find both the old TV and the lights turned back on. Now, this wasn't a remote-controlled TV. It was one of those old boxy models with physical buttons you had to press. The light was connected to a push-button dimmer switch, not the kind you could accidentally bump or switch on remotely. There was no logical explanation. On more than one occasion, the TV turned to a screen full of static, then flickered briefly to an image of a blurry airplane hovering on screen just long enough to send chills down their spines, before cutting back to static. Even creepier were the footsteps. Almost every night they'd hear slow, deliberate pacing just outside their bedroom. The house layout made this even stranger. Their bedroom was on one end of the hallway and the kitchen on the other. In the kitchen they had a coffee maker with a small, red power light that stayed on when plugged in. On certain nights they noticed that the red glow would dim and brighten, as if someone were passing in front of it, momentarily blocking the light. But when they'd check, the hallway and kitchen would always be empty. One night, Melissa was awoken suddenly. She had felt cold breath against the back of her neck. When she turned, the room was empty, but the cold sensation lingered. Kurt once tried recording audio late at night in hopes of capturing something, but when he played it back, he heard a faint whisper, "Stay safe." He had recorded it while being alone. Growing uneasy, they finally brought in a priest to bless the house with holy water, and after the blessing, things calmed down. For a while, anyway. Years later, in the year 2000, Kurt and Melissa bought a new home. this time about 4 hours away. By 2011, they had a daughter called Lizzie. Joe was no longer living at home at that point. He'd been going through personal struggles and was away for a while. When Lizzie was around 1, she began doing something eerily familiar. She would stare into empty corners of the room and smile, sometimes giggle or wave. She especially seemed to focus on framed photos of Kurt's late father, her grandfather, who passed away in the early 1990s, long before she was born. One day she looked at his picture and said, "Hi, Grandpa," before skipping away. Eventually she stopped doing this as she got older, and things remained quiet until around mid-2009. Kurt was using the basement bathroom when he suddenly felt a strange presence. As he looked at the mirror that hung on the back of the bathroom door, he saw a shadowy figure standing there looking at him, its form barely visible in the reflection. It stood motionless for a few seconds, then vanished. Though startled, Kurt didn't feel threatened. He told me he felt like someone was just watching, not with malice but familiarity. The odd time when I go visit them, I usually stay the night in the guest room, which is also in the basement. Whenever I'm in the basement, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. It doesn't matter which room I go into, I always have that feeling. A few months ago, while organizing boxes in the basement, Kurt opened a long sealed closet and found something chilling. His father's old pilot uniform, neatly hanging inside. No one had touched it in years, nor even remembered putting it there. Kurt once told me his dad had been a pilot, and while we weren't sure if he served in World War II, it was possible. Kurt was born in the 60s and the timeline fits. The strange part, the spirit, if that's what it is, has never harmed anyone. It hasn't tried to scare or chase people, only to appear to be seen, and maybe to watch over the family. That's why I believe it might be his father, a quiet guardian keeping watch from beyond. Part 2. In the summer of 2019, just a few months after I shared these stories, I ended up moving in with my Aunt Melissa and Uncle Kurt for a while. I was dealing with some personal issues and wanted a fresh start in a quieter town. They generously offered me a place to stay, and I gratefully accepted, hoping the change would help me get back on my feet. Their daughter Lizzie, who was now 8, had grown into a bright, energetic kid. We got along well, and she often invited me to hang out and play Xbox with her in the basement rec room. It was a cozy space, but beneath the warmth lingered a subtle tension. Since there were no extra rooms upstairs, the guest bedroom in the basement became mine. It was the same room I'd stayed in previously, the same one that always had me feeling uncomfortable. That sensation of being watched, of not being alone, returned almost immediately. But compared to another part of the basement, that bedroom almost felt safe. Tucked away just off the rec room was a small, low-ceilinged space, barely 4 feet high, the firewood room. The house was still heated by a wood stove, and I'd often fetch logs for Kurt when needed. But I hated going there. The moment I stepped inside, it felt like something was watching me, always from the same dark corner in the back of the room. It was a more focused kind of dread, heavier and more deliberate than anything I'd felt elsewhere in the house. The door to the firewood room had a large window built into it, which struck me as an odd choice, and sometimes late at night, when I'd go up to use the bathroom, I'd glance towards that window and feel my stomach drop. I'd see movement inside. Once or twice, I swear I saw what looked like a pair of faintly glowing eyes peering back at me from the darkness. I'd blink and of course they'd be gone. Other times it was just a flicker, like someone darting past out of view. Sometimes I'd also hear noises coming from that room. Things like shuffling, faint taps, even my name being whispered. I never told Melissa or Kurt what I was experiencing. I didn't want to sound ungrateful, or stir up any old fears they might have put behind them. But something about that room was wrong. The guest room might have made me uncomfortable, but the firewood room made me afraid. And whatever was there, I don't think it ever wanted to leave. I grew up visiting my grandmother's house in a small suburb outside the city of Oaxaca. Since I was little, my family always acted like the house had a life of its own. The house was built in the early 1900s, all thick adobe walls and tall wooden doors that creaked no matter how much you oiled the hinges. It was a beautiful place. The stories go back generations. My great-grandmother lost several children in that house, some only days old. One of the babies supposedly died while being looked after near the stables behind the house. And even today, people can claim you can hear crying at night if you pass the back rooms. The men didn't fare much better. One of my great-great-uncles came back from the revolution sick and never left his bed, dying in one of the side rooms that no one in the family wants to sleep in now. The strangest part is that everyone at some point sees the same figure. My mother swore she often saw a woman in a long, dark dress pacing the corridors in the living room to the patio. My grandmother would just shrug and say, "That's your bisabuela." She never left. Even neighbors who came over for fiestas mentioned a lady wandering down the hallway when no one was supposed to be back there. I didn't believe until it happened to me. One summer night, I got up to get water and saw her in the hallway. She wasn't threatening. She moved calmly, like she had a routine and she was still carrying it out. I remember the air smelled of damp earth, even though the patio was bone dry. When I ran into the kitchen, my uncle was sitting there, and before I could get a word out, he just said, "Ya la viste, verdad?" In other words, I'd seen her, right? That alone gave me chills. The last time I stayed there was a few years ago. My aunt, who's more spiritual than the rest of us, said she felt the woman stronger than ever, like she was waiting for something. She even told me she saw her by the old wooden cradle that sits in one of the back rooms, even though no baby had slept there for decades. Now, I don't think she means harm. She feels tied to the house itself more than to us. But every time I visit, I wonder how long the spirit can stick around for. My mother has always been super afraid of ghosts. Every time someone she knows dies, she will always have the hall light on and refuse to sleep alone. All the houses I've lived in were built by us. She hates old houses. I never knew why until we went down to New York City. My family was on the train in one of those 4 seats that face one another, and somehow got into discussing the paranormal. My mum suddenly began talking about her days in the work camp. In case you didn't know, in 1975 to 79 was the Cambodian genocide. Pol Pot took over and forced people to work in camps. She had to live with other people in an old house, along with one of her brothers and his girlfriend. Right away they knew that there was a spirit living there. At night, it would be wailing in the kitchen, throwing pots and pans around. My mother was so scared she refused to go into the bathroom and had to hold it. The spirit had a particular hatred towards my uncle's girlfriend and would tug at her hair or attempt to trip her. Well, one day another girl fell ill. Shortly afterwards, something strange occurred. She was walking again and claimed it to be the ghost. She told everyone that she was once in love but found out the boy loved someone else. She was so distressed, she climbed up onto the roof and jumped off, taking her life. Then, if this wasn't weird enough, the possessed girl began to climb the walls. My mum described her climbing the beams like a monkey, which the girl previously could never do. Everyone started to panic, and they alerted the Khmer Rouge soldiers. A couple of soldiers came in with guns and yelled to the girl, "You better come down or we'll shoot you." And she replied, "You can't shoot me, I'm already dead." After that, the soldiers forced everyone to evacuate. My mother was relocated and never found out what happened to the girl. And that's the story. It's so ridiculous I'm not sure if I can believe it. But if it isn't, then my mum's a fantastic storyteller. The first spooky thing I ever experienced happened when I was under 10. I got up late at night to go to the bathroom and had to pass my parents' bedroom on the way. Their door was open, and I walked past. I glanced inside. For a split second, I saw a woman in a white nightgown with long hair standing in front of the mirror. I couldn't see her reflection, and my mum definitely never wore anything like that, plus she always had cropped hair. I brushed it off, assuming my eyes were playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it while I was in the bathroom. On my way back, I glanced inside again. This time the woman wasn't in front of the mirror, she was inside of it, standing on the other side and staring right at me. I screamed bloody murder and bolted into my room, diving under the covers like they were armor. My mum rushed in, clearly shaken, even though she tried to tell me it was nothing. I couldn't look into a mirror for years after that. The second time something weird happened was on Christmas Eve. I was walking into the hallway when I saw a disembodied hand, just a hand, gliding up the stair banister. It had on a pretty big ruby ring on one finger and moved as if it belonged to someone walking upstairs. I froze completely. I was paralyzed. I watched it ascend until the angle of the stairs hid it from view. I couldn't move until my sister came into the hallway, and I told her what I'd seen. The third story technically came first, though I don't remember it happening because I was only 3. My family told me about it years later. We had gone to visit my grandfather's grave for the first time after he was buried. Apparently, I would ask to see if we could go over to see Granddad. Everyone told me gently that he isn't here anymore, but I pointed towards the back of the graveyard and said, "Yeah, he is, he's over there." I followed something invisible with my finger and said, "Oh, never mind, he's gone now." Everyone swore there wasn't another soul in the graveyard that day. Maybe I should revisit my skepticism, though even sharing this makes my skin crawl. None of the encounters felt evil. Honestly, the idea that my granddad came to visit me, to see me one last time, feels strangely comforting. I grew up in an old house that had been built in the late 1800s. As a child, I was always petrified of the dark. I always had to sleep with a nightlight on in my bedroom. Sometimes I would wake up and see a middle-aged woman of about 40 standing there. She would put her finger to her lips for me to be quiet. I would scream and run to my sister's room, who is 3 years older than me. She would instantly know who saw, as she always said she'd seen this woman herself. I would cry to her, and she'd always comfort me and have me sleep with her. I wouldn't be able to fall asleep until I felt safe with her while she stroked my hair. My dad was always a sick man. Sometimes he would say that the angels were coming to pick him up. He would follow this up by saying that he would see them, and that they told him they would be coming to get him any day now. The last time he said that, he passed away 4 days later. It was hard on the family. Me and my dad were never really that close, but it did hurt to lose him. But at least he was finally free of his suffering. About a day after the funeral, I was sitting outside on the house by a tree where I used to have one of those tire swings. My dad's side of the family was over helping us with the grieving process as my mum took it the hardest. That was her husband, and I understand completely. But on one note, I've never been that close with my mum or dad. I've only ever been close with my sister. She's my best friend. Despite me being a boy and she a girl, we always do everything together. As I was sitting by the tree looking at the sky with a tear rolling down my face, my sister came to join me and sat next to me. We just started talking about Dad and life in general when we both suddenly saw someone poke their head out from behind a tree. I asked her if she saw what I saw and she nodded. The figure then poked its head out again and it looked like my dad. But how? He had died and been buried the day before. That's when my sister pointed something horrific out. There were no eyes and completely empty sockets, plus the figure's skin was all decayed. We both jumped up and ran to the house. We never told anyone about what we saw to this day. We still don't know what to make of it. Was it the departed soul of our father coming back one last time? Or was it something entirely different? I was staying short-term in an old apartment in a central part of Chandigarh. To get inside my unit, you had to open a padlocked gate, then unlock a big wooden door that led you to the interior. The flat itself had very little natural lighting. It was a concrete minimalist construction. The windows in the living room were small and faced a wall barely a meter away. There were also big curtains you could draw across each other, as well as the partition between the living room and hallway. I'm not exactly sure what they were for, but I think they were meant to relieve winter drafts. Most homes in North India aren't heated, and are, if anything, designed to stay cool for most of the year, so it was almost always a bit chilly inside during the colder months. One night I had a date over. We were fooling around in bed, then just lay there quietly for a few minutes. That's when I heard the distinct sound of the outside padlock clinking and dropping, as if someone had just popped it open and walked in. I froze. I was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep physical sense of dread. I didn't say anything, but I was terrified. A moment later, my partner turned to me and said, "I don't know why, but I feel really scared right now." That completely unnerved me, and for whatever reason, I never felt comfortable in that flat again. I started sleeping with the bedroom door open and a light on in the living room. Whenever the power went out, I'd find the excuse to go outside. Sometimes I'd even walk from the balcony to the light switch with my eyes closed, only opening them once the room was lit. I always had this strange, unshaking feeling that someone was standing just beyond the curtain separating the living room from the hallway. Needless to say, I was relieved when I moved out. But I did ask the guy who set me up with the place. His brother used to live there, if anything weird had ever happened. He looked at me for a second, then ended up talking for half an hour about all the things his brother had experienced in that flat. The most intense ones were a night when he cooked beef in the kitchen, and minutes later, items started falling off the wall violently, with no explanations. Remember that for Hindus, cows are sacred, and beef shouldn't be eaten. This guy had plenty more stories too. Many from his native village up north in the mountains, tales of lanterns floating through the forest, and a woman in a white sari engulfed in water, silently extending her arm towards a friend who'd been wading in the stream. I always joke that people from the subcontinent have the best ghost stories. In the West, it's usually creaky floorboards or the odd silhouette in the hallway. People will casually mention having full conversations with strangers they later found out had died years earlier. Someone at Chandigarh University once told me about a student who committed suicide in a forest nearby, decided to take his life with a rope from a tree in the ruins of an old shrine. But while that happened, one of his friends apparently visited the man's dorm room. They chatted, drank tea, spoke for hours, and when the friend woke up in the morning, the room was empty. He eventually learnt the guy had been dead for hours before that conversation took place. That's all I've got. But for places like Chandigarh, and really the whole region, they have an incredibly rich, eerie tradition of myths and hauntings. There are rural villages where people won't even step outside after dark, not because of animals or thieves, but because of what might be there spiritually. When I was about 5, my family lived in a modest house just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. It was the late 70s. There were no cameras or smart devices, and no easy way to prove anything that went bump in the night. My mum always said the house was haunted, and I believed her, but I'll start with her story first. For a while, my aunt lived with us in a small basement apartment. Every night, my mum would hear footsteps in the hallway, and they would stop outside my room. The door would open, pause a bit, and then close. The steps would head back down the hall, but she never heard the basement door open or the stairs creak. She assumed it was my aunt checking on me until she finally asked. But my aunt said she'd never gone upstairs at night. Not long after, Mum found some strange things while putting away dishes. She opened a cabinet, and there, propped up on a glass, was an old photograph of a family portrait. She recognized the man as the previous owner of the house, but had no idea how the photo had gotten there. She called him and told him how she found it. He was surprised and said he hadn't seen that photo in years. It shouldn't have even been in the kitchen. The cabinets had been replaced years earlier after a kitchen fire. When Mum returned the photo to him, he pointed out a young woman in the picture, his daughter, who passed away in a car accident. Mum thought of the footsteps. Which room was hers? She asked. He told her it was the one I slept in. The footsteps continued. Then came the night I remember. My parents were out. My aunt was babysitting. I was in the garage riding my big wheels in a circle. She was doing laundry when she suddenly froze. "Quiet," she said. "Stop moving." I stopped. The only sound I could hear was the hum of the washer. She tilted her head, listening hard, and then she whispered, "Someone's in the house." At 5 years old, that didn't scare me. I thought you meant my parents were home. I jumped off the big wheel and bolted for the stairs. "No, don't go up." But I was already halfway up the stairs. I reached the top, grabbed the doorknob to the den, and cracked it open just as she caught me by the back of my pants. Her momentum pushed us slightly forward, and that's when I saw it. In the corner of the room was an old wooden rocking chair, one of the curved, continuous, bent wood kind, and it was moving. Not in a slow sway, not a breeze, but it rocked fast and deliberate, like someone invisible was sitting there pumping their legs. Then the instant we leaned into the room, it stopped completely. My aunt scooped me up, slammed the door, and sprinted back down the stairs to her apartment. We locked the door and stayed there until my parents came home. After that night, the footsteps stopped completely, and I never saw the chair move again. I don't think whatever was there was meant to harm us. Maybe it was her, the daughter, still walking the hallway, maybe confused why someone else was in her room. Or maybe she just wanted us to know she was still there. Maybe she wanted us to know that she hadn't left. And the photograph was her way of getting us to tell her family that she was still home. My sister Amanda got married way too young. She was only 19. She worked very hard just to support herself, her useless husband, and their little girl Lily. She'd leave for work around 6 a.m. and wouldn't get home until after 8. One day she finally kicked the loser out. She found out what he'd been doing while she was at work. He'd been locking Lily in a closet all day with a box of cereal and a diaper, every single day. None of us knew, but right around the time, Lily started talking about someone new, her imaginary friend, who she said was called Diana. At first we thought she meant Diana. We asked her several times, "Do you mean Diana?" But she'd get angry and say, "No, her name's Diana." She talked about this friend constantly like she was really there. She'd chatter away in her room, laugh, and even make space for her at the table. Sometimes we'd overhear her whispering to someone when she was supposed to be asleep. After a while, some of the things Lily said got unsettling. She'd say things like, "Diana doesn't like when Mummy yells," or "Diana says Daddy shouldn't lock me up anymore." My sister eventually told her to stop talking about Diana altogether. She didn't want to hear the name, and none of us were allowed to bring it up either. Then one night out of nowhere, Lily told her mum, "Diana is mad at you because you don't believe she's real. She comes to play with me when Daddy closes the closet door, and she lets us out before you come home." Yeah. That was the moment my sister realized what had really been happening while she was gone. Time passed, Amanda got divorced, and they eventually moved out the house. On moving day, the old landlord came by to do the final walkthrough. He was a sweet older man, but as he was chatting with my sister, he said something that made her freeze. "I was always worried about your little girl on those basement stairs," he said. "My granddaughter Diana fell down those stairs years ago, broke her neck right in front of the closet door down there." My sister said she got chills all over. She just whispered, "Diana?" The landlord's eyes went wide. "How do you know that's how she said her name?" he asked. "She was 4. She couldn't pronounce it right. How did you know?" Amanda didn't answer. She just said she didn't know what he was talking about, grabbed the last of her things and got out of there fast. It's been over 20 years since then, and we're still not allowed to talk about Diana. Lily now has no memory of it. She doesn't know what her father did, and we've all been told never to mention the name of her friend. When I was about 9, my great-uncle Mike passed away. He and my mum had been really close when she was younger, though I didn't know much about him at the time. The night he died, I woke up to someone standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was my dad, or maybe I was dreaming, because the figure was there but not solid, more like a shadow that somehow held its own weight. It didn't move, and I didn't scream. I lay there staring, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I was seeing exactly. It didn't move for what felt like forever. Then I heard it speak. "Tell kiddo I say bye." That's all it said. I sat up so fast the bed frame creaked and turned on my bedside lamp. But the figure was gone, and my room empty. I didn't sleep in there again for a week. I dragged my blanket to the living room every night until my mum finally asked me what was wrong. When I told her what I saw, she went pale and started crying. Apparently, my great-uncle Mike used to call her kiddo when she was little. I'd never heard anyone use that name for her before that night. This happened to me when I was 9 years old. I'm in my 70s now, and still remember it like it was yesterday. A friend of mine called Peter lived in an old house near the docks in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The house had been around since the 1800s and used to belong to sea captains and their families. Everyone in the neighborhood said it was haunted, but we didn't think much of it back then. One afternoon, Peter and I were playing with toy cars in his room, which was at the end of a very long, narrow hallway. His younger sisters had been bothering us all day, running in, teasing, slamming the doors, and we were getting pretty sick of it. While we were playing, Peter suddenly went quiet and pointed at the door. I looked up and saw the handle, slowly turning. We both grinned, thinking it was the girls again. I crept up to the door, ready to yank it open and scare them first. Just as the handle turned all the way, and the door started to open, I pulled it wide and yelled. But no one was there. The hallway was completely empty. The door handle was spring-loaded, so you had to press it down hard to unlatch it. There's no way it could have moved on its own. The second I realized that, every hair on my body stood on end. I never played at Peter's house again after that. Years later, I heard that place had belonged to a few sea captains who died during a storm off the coast. Neighbors swore their spirits still walked the halls, opening doors just like they used to when they came home from sea. I've had bad dreams about that hallway ever since. Some things just stick with you. My great-uncle used to tell me this story. When he was young, he worked as a rancher in southern New Mexico, and one day decided to visit some old friends who lived on a remote property. He was riding along a dusty trail through the desert, and as he approached the house, a little boy ran up to him. He smiled and said, "Hi Carlos, I'll take your horse. Dinner's ready, you can come in and sit down." Before Carlos could react, the boy gently untied the reins and led the horse towards the fence. Carlos followed, thinking nothing of it, until they reached the door. The boy motioned him inside, and Carlos walked straight to the table and sat down. A few moments later, the parents came rushing in, pale and clearly shaken. Who let you in?" they asked, their voices trembling. Carlos frowned. "Your son took my horse. He said I could come in for dinner." The parents froze. Then one of them whispered, horrified, "He's been dead for 6 months." My mum grew up in a remote part of western Honduras, where stories about witchcraft and local healers were part of everyday life. She has a ton of creepy tales from her childhood, but one that still gives me the creeps involves a young curandero who traveled between villages helping people. Some people accused him of using dark magic to harm someone wealthy in the village, probably out of fear or jealousy, but no one knew for sure. He was killed in a small town outside of Santa Rosa de Copan, and the family arranged for someone to transport his body back home for the funeral. They hired a driver for cheap, a local man with an old pickup. The driver set off in the middle of the night with the coffin secured in the bed of the truck, and a few hours down the road the truck stalled, dead. Alone on a dark, winding mountain road with no cell service, he panicked. The funeral was supposed to start soon, and he didn't know how to get the truck moving. Then out of nowhere a man appeared, neatly dressed, almost too formal for the rural area, and without saying a word he walked to the truck, checked a few things, and somehow got it running again. He nodded at the driver and walked off into the darkness, vanishing as suddenly as he had appeared. The driver made it back in time for the funeral. While walking past the open coffin to pay his respects, he froze. The man who had helped him fix the truck was lying there, the exact same man. My mum tells the story like it happened yesterday, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The idea someone could appear, help you, and then turn out to be already dead. I used to work as a stagehand for a small theatre company around Oregon, and anyone in that line of work knows about the ghost light. It's an old tradition. When you shut down for the night, you leave a single light burning in the middle of the stage. Some say it's for safety. Others say it keeps the ghosts company. One night, I was closing up an old Art Deco theatre built in the 40s. The others had gone home already, and I was the last one locking up after rehearsal, which went past midnight. The work lights had already been cut, so the entire place was pitch black when I carried out the ghost light. A tall, metal lamp on a wheeled base with a single exposed bulb. The only sound was the creak of the stage under my boots. When I finally reached center stage, I plugged the light in and flipped the switch. The bulb flickered for half a second before coming on. The glow spilled out across the seats, and that's when I froze. Every seat looked occupied. I could see the faint outlines of faces, pale and motionless, all staring straight at the stage. Some were clearer than others, like shapes made of smoke and dust. I told myself it had to be reflections, tricks of the light, but I could feel the attention on me. My hand was shaking so bad I lost grip of the pole, and the light toppled over with a loud clang and the bulb shattered, and the stage went black. I didn't move for several seconds. Then, from behind me, I heard the door to the tech booth open and someone say, "You okay down there?" It was one of the lighting guys who'd come back because he'd forgotten his jacket. He turned on the work lights just as I was catching my breath. When the stage lit up again, the seats were all empty. I laughed it off, saying I'd tripped. But I've worked in a lot of old theatres since then and I've never seen anything like that. Still, I make sure the ghost light is always on whenever I leave. In the late fall of 2011, I was inside of AutoZone in the small town of Anthony, Texas, looking for a pair of license plate bulbs for my 2004 salvage title Hyundai Tiburon my father had given me as a high school graduation gift years prior. While in the store, I ran into my friend Chito, who I hadn't seen since graduation. We had a brief talk, and he asked me what I'd been up to. I told him I'd just quit working at the county jail as a detention officer after being there for only a year, and was looking to start my own mobile car detailing business, but needed to come up with some sort of cash to get that rolling. Chito and I grew up in the same town, but went to different elementary schools. We both liked basketball, and I remember playing against his little league team when we were kids. It wasn't until middle school that we met and started hanging out. Chito knew I liked to work because one day he asked our whole high school hangout crew, which was about 18 of us, if anyone wanted to work for the upcoming winter break. He would get us work in a local pecan farm his uncle managed at the time. A few days later, Chito and I were the only ones out of a bunch on our knees picking pecans at 6 a.m. That day, at AutoZone, after hearing about my current situation, he asked me if I would be interested in going to work with him in the oil fields in the West Texas towns of Midland and Odessa. He said it was hard labor, but the money was good. We exchanged phone numbers, and I went home to tell my parents about it. I was 21 at the time and still living with them, and I also had no plans for my future. I'd gone to a technical school for a semester a year prior and called it quits after realizing HVAC was not what I wanted to do, and had already tried to pursue my dreams of becoming a musician and realized pretty early on that the industry, even at a local level, was full of leeches and I'd be fighting an uphill battle with an unidentified outcome. That same evening I loaded up my car and headed east on the I-10 towards the town of Midland, Texas. Chito was staying in an old 20-foot travel trailer and said I could stay with him and sleep on the couch, until I went through the hiring process and got situated elsewhere. He sent me the address and I arrived at 10:30 p.m. that night to a snoring, tired high school friend of mine in an old camper with the stove burner on, heating up an empty coal mech, which was doing a decent job of trying to keep the small trailer warm. The next morning I woke up alone in the trailer. Chito had left for work at 4 a.m. and around 6 a.m. I got a welcome text from him. He told me to settle in and feel free to grab anything from the fridge or small pantry if I got hungry. He said he had to talk to his boss, and he wanted me to go to the yard for an interview at 1 p.m. that day to see if they could fill in a newly opened slot. I arrived early and was received by a gentleman called Rick, who told me the big boss was at a funeral and it would be him giving me the interview. The interview was short and to the point. I was hired that day, and I later found out that the funeral was for a kid who worked on the company and died in a car accident days before driving home after an 18-hour shift. My job was to fill his spot. Chito was right. It was hard labor, but the money was good. A couple of weeks went by, and I eventually moved out to a newer and nicer trailer that was being rented out on the west side of Odessa. At work, we didn't have a set schedule. We would go in very early, get out pretty late, and pretty much every day. Our days off would come randomly and with short notice. This story happened to me on one of those days off. I woke up late that morning and chilled in the camper until around noon, then went to go get a haircut. I then went to the mall and walked around for a bit before going to Walmart for a few groceries. I went back to the trailer to drop them off and took a shower and decided to hit the gym. While there, I got a text from a co-worker. He invited me and a few others out for beers, to which we all accepted. I finished my workout and drove back to the camper. The trailer was parked inside the property of a nice, middle-aged couple who lived there with their dog Sam, a few free-roaming chickens and some sheep they kept corralled somewhere behind their house. Their lot was squared around 4 acres, and their house bang in the middle. The trailer I was renting out was on the northeast side of the lot, along their chain-link fence, and there was a 10 by 20 covered shed about 20 yards next to the trailer, also along the fence. I would park my car outside the fence and would have to go through a gate which had a lock on it and then walk about 30 yards to the trailer. I arrived from the gym and parked my car where I normally did and got off. The sun had set about 10 minutes prior, and it was starting to get dark outside. As I walked to the gate, I noticed the repetitive echoing sound of what seemed to be a young sheep in distress coming from the back of the house. It was the first time I heard this, but I didn't think much of it. As I worked on opening the gate lock, Sam, the dog, came over to greet me like he normally did and rubbed against my leg as I walked through the gate and placed the lock back on. I then turned around to walk towards the trailer and noticed the dog looked up and stopped. I myself stopped and looked up and saw the solid white silhouette of a tall man leaning his right shoulder against the north side wall of the house. The man had no face, but it seemed to be facing us. I immediately felt blood rush to my head, like I was about to faint but managed to stay conscious. The dog kept trying to bark but wouldn't out of fear. The silhouette stood up straight and started walking away from the wall sideways, crossing one leg in front of the other towards the shed. It faced us the whole time. It was the funkiest walk I've ever seen. It almost looked like a bad animation. I could not believe what we were seeing. The man kept walking in the same manner and eventually made it inside the shed. I took a second to gather myself and continue walking towards the trailer, looking directly at the shed the whole way. I got inside the trailer and jumped in the shower, scared the whole time. I got ready to go out and waited for my co-workers to pick me up. A few minutes later, I received a text letting me know they were parked outside the gate waiting for me. I walked out of the trailer again, looking towards the shed, but didn't see the man. I got in the truck and told my co-workers about it, and their reaction was pretty lackluster, and they all seemed pretty incredulous, but I was still in shock. I'd just seen a ghost. A real ghost. To this day, I still don't have an explanation for what Sam and I saw that night. It was scary when it happened, but I never got a sense of malice from the entity. It was just there, and then it was gone. I stayed in the trailer for a few months after this happened and never saw the man again. I thought about telling the landlords, but never did. At the end of 2014, the oil industry went through a slump, and work slowed down quite a bit for us. Chito and I ended up quitting our jobs on the same day after sitting at home for a few days without work, and ended up going back to our hometown of Anthony. Chito went on to get his CDL and drove a truck across the country before becoming a union plumber, and I started my detailing business. I've been seeing otherworldly things since I was 5 years old. Apparitions, orbs, footsteps in empty rooms. You know the kind. But it all began with one visitor, who came 2 nights in a row. For context, I grew up in the top flat of a 2-story house. My grandparents on my mother's side lived below us. Every morning before school, I'd stop in their kitchen, like clockwork, sitting at the table while water boiled for her coffee. One morning I told her what had happened during the night. "Gram," I said, "a woman came into my room. She had a white dress and she glowed blue." My grandma smiled softly. She told me it was probably her own mother, recently passed, coming to see me because she loved me so much. I accepted the answer. It was comforting. But that night the woman returned. She came through the window at the foot of my bed. And remember, we lived on the 2nd floor. First came a blue orb floating in from the night. In its center, a tiny figure began to take shape, slowly expanding until she was full human size. She was beautiful, with shoulder-length black hair curled at the ends, a faint smile on her face as she locked eyes with me. She glanced at my baby brother, asleep beside me, then looked back and put her finger to her lips. Shh. When she left, it was the same in reverse. Her body shrinking back into the orb, drifting out the window, floating down into the backyard. From my bed, I watched the blue glow slip under the grapevines. The light shimmered through the leaves like moonlight on water. It was beautiful. I've had many encounters since then. Most of the time I'm not scared, just confused. It takes a moment for the rational mind to catch up when you're staring at something that shouldn't exist. Some people dismiss stories like mine because they've never seen anything like it themselves. I understand that. Usually it's just me who witnesses these things. But for this story, I had a witness, my brother. It was 1994. I was 20, living in Florida to care for my grandmother, but I'd also come home to upstate New York for a visit. My brother was in college, and we were as close then as when we'd shared a room growing up. That night I borrowed my mother's car. We drove around revisiting the spots we used to hang out in high school, places like the Mohawk River, where we drink beer and waste time. Eventually we crossed to the south side of town. There's a small bridge over a creek that leads to an old dirt road through the woods. Back in the day, city workers used it to reach the locks on the Erie Canal, but it was open to the public, so we'd head there to party. Lock 11 sits around midway down that road. Past it, the path eventually meets a crossroads at Queen Anne's Road, right by the Schoharie Crossing historic site, Yankee Hill. You can turn left there and head back to town, or keep going deeper along the dirt road. That evening the sun was low, gold light dripping through the trees. We were approaching the crossroads when I saw something up ahead on the left side of the road. At first I thought it was just a dust devil, a little whirlwind of dirt spinning in the air. But the motion wasn't quite right, it was jerky, almost like it was caught in the flash of a strobe light. I steered towards it. Just as we were about to drive through, the thing lifted horizontally over the hood of the car. I slammed the brakes, it lowered back down, vertical again, and spun the passenger side. My brother froze. I stared straight into it. It wasn't dust at all, it was smoke. And in the center, a figure. A large human figure made entirely of bright, translucent white light. Incomplete like a broken statue, no head, a full torso, half a right arm, an incomplete left arm down to the fingers, stretched across its abdomen. Below, only half a leg to the knee. The body was muscular, like a bodybuilder's, and I could see detail, nipples on the chest, wrinkles on the knuckles, even bones and vein beneath the translucent skin. The smoke swirled violently around it, but the figure itself didn't move. I couldn't look away. Look at it, I kept saying to my brother, but he didn't move. His voice was tight. Let's get out of here. Reluctantly, I eased the car forwards. As we reached the crossroads, he finally turned to me. Did you see that? I just nodded, because I knew he'd seen exactly what I had. We never agreed on what it was. I sometimes wonder if we should have stayed to see what happened. He's certain leaving was the right choice. He thinks it was malevolent. Maybe he's right. Or maybe we caught a glimpse of something halfway between worlds, trying to take shape in ours. That dirt road is now gone, paved over into a bike path. You can ride straight through mid-state New York past the very spot where it happened. Or whatever that thing was. I doubt it's gone. I'm going to start by saying that I don't really believe in deities in the traditional sense. However, after a few experiences that I've had, I suppose I do believe in ghosts or spirits, whatever they are. So the story. My boyfriend, the love of my life, passed away almost 2 years ago. It was probably one of the hardest things I've ever experienced in my life. And this is saying something because I've gone through some pretty difficult things. So about 1 to 2 months after he had passed, I was sitting in my room, feeling really down about it, and decided to write him a letter. I have this ring light, you know, the kind people use for vlogging. Well, this light has literally never done this before, and hasn't done it since. But as soon as I wrote down, "Dear Lou, I miss you so bloody much it hurts," the light started going up and down in brightness, like super visibly. I immediately burst into tears. The whole time I wrote that letter, through my tears, the light's brightness went up and down. It wasn't super fast. From the dimmest point to the brightest took about 5 seconds, and then another 5 for it to go back down. I felt this super weird feeling like he was in the room with me. The letter was covered in my tears. I was shocked about this. The light did this the whole time I wrote, and as soon as I finished with "Love Hadley," I set the pen down and the light stopped fluctuating in brightness and just remained normal again. I sat there in silent awe for a while, trying to rationalize it, but I had a strong feeling it was him. I still have the ring light, use it frequently, and it's never done that again. When he was alive, we had a conversation about whoever died first would somehow make their presence known to let the other know there is something after death. I might sound nuts, and maybe I was just crazy from grief, but I swear it was so real it messed up my head for days. I hope sharing this will help those of you who need comfort know that there is something after you're gone, and I still miss him. We had a ghost experience once that was as bizarre as it was entertaining. We didn't know her name and we never actually saw her, but my wife, who was a psychic, did catch a glimpse of her a few times. She had a habit of sighing audibly at our choice of television program, occasionally letting out an exaggerated of disapproval. We nicknamed her Laundry because her presence was always accompanied by the unmistakable scent of freshly cleaned laundry. Laundry had strong opinions, particularly about TV shows. If she didn't approve of what we were watching, she'd turn the channel, always to the same program, My Three Sons, an old comedy from the 1960s. We usually let her have her way, unless it was a Nickelodeon marathon. When we dared to change the channel, the fresh laundry scent would vanish, leaving a distinct impression that she was less than pleased. One cold morning, I decided to sleep in. The dogs and I were snug in bed, and I faintly remember hearing my wife leave for work earlier, rattling off some honeydews. I half listened but agreed anyways. About an hour later, the bed shook slightly, and I hear a woman's voice directly above me. Brett, get up, you're going to be late." Again, groggy and annoyed, I assumed it was my wife, Carol, so I started snapping at her before even opening my eyes, but when I did, I froze. All 3 dogs were wide awake. Calmly, but alertly staring towards the end of the bed. This is when it hit me. The voice wasn't Carol, it was her. The same familiar, slightly exasperated voice that sighed and tusked at us from the TV room. My heart raced as I turned my head towards the end of the bed, terrified of what I might see. And there was absolutely nothing, thank God. Still, the encounter shook me. I've never gotten out of bed, showered, shaved, and left the house so quick in my life. In the 22 years we lived there, I never saw Laundry, but her presence and influence was undeniable. My wife once told me we had at least 3 ghosts in that little house. She'd often mutter things like, "Get out the damn hallway," or "The bathroom's off limits, you know better." She insisted Laundry was the most harmless of the bunch, just a little quirky. Funnily enough, after 23 years of marriage, my wife and I ended up separating. She was the smart one. She probably sensed my life was about to take a turn for the worse, and it did. Looking back, I wonder if Laundry worked on that too. We managed to capture Laundry in a couple of old photos back in the days of printed film, buried somewhere deep in the boxes of photos I've held onto over the years. Those images are waiting to be rediscovered. And get this. This is a low point in my life. My wife and I split and I lost the house to the bank. My brother swooped in and brought it for pennies on the dollar, using it as an investment rental after we left. He kept it for about 10 years, but finally sold it last year because he couldn't keep a renter for more than 6 months. They'd always skip out, leaving the place trashed. Long story short, it just wasn't worth the money, turnaround time, and effort. My brother is an experienced real estate guy. He's done this plenty of times. But this one he washed his hands with. Why? The biggest complaint renters would say was they heard voices inside and out the house. One resident says his daughter had locked herself out the house one night and had to bang on the parents' window to tell them. The dad, annoyed, went to the door and opened it, but she wasn't there. Thinking she was playing games, he angrily stormed into her room, where she'd been sleeping comfortably all night. Her room, by the way, was where we heard Laundry that day. Another renter had been there less than a month when a young man fell asleep in the TV room. He woke up to what he said smelled like flowers or perfume and, still half asleep, staggered off to bed, leaving the TV room light on, the TV and the kitchen light on. No sooner had his head hit the pillow, a stern female voice said at his bedroom door, "Turn out the lights," in a cross, motherly tone so loud that the couple who owned the place heard it from their room and came out thinking he'd invited a guest over without permission. He left that morning, followed by them a few weeks later. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when my brother had to pay for a tenant's flat screen after it kept switching off and on and finally shorted out. It made me wonder if My 3 Sons wasn't on TV anymore, and someone wasn't happy about it. My brother replaced the TV and electrical sockets, and 2 weeks later, the residents skipped out, leaving the brand new TV, which also no longer worked, behind. My brother's not a believer, still isn't, but he believed it was losing him more money than it was worth, and he dumped it, for as it was almost half of what it was worth, refusing to even go back and ready it for sale. He did, however, offer me a nice sum to do it, and I politely declined. I'd like to believe our ghosts were trying to give my brother their unadulterated opinion on what a dick move it was to wait for your brother to be foreclosed only to snap up his former home for next to nothing. Sure, it's an old house with multiple problems and echoey vents that can carry voices from room to room or the sidewalk outside, but just the same, thanks Laundry Lady and the rest of you guys, you had our back. My ex and I both had a good laugh about that one, so thank you all. And sometimes we miss you, but I'm in no rush to hear or see you anytime soon. For as long as I can remember, I've been obsessed with the paranormal. Maybe that makes me more susceptible to unexplained paranormal events. My grandpa lived in my family's basement when I was a young child, and I'd always joke about how I want to move into his room after he dies, because I thought it would be cool to live in a haunted room. When I was in 5th or 6th grade, my grandpa passed away, and within 2 weeks I was whisked into his room. After he died, all us children got a creepy vibe from the basement, and would do our best to never be down there with the lights off. I was scared of what could be lingering in the dark, but I was excited to have my own little apartment. Any time I'd have to turn off the living room lights, I'd run as fast as I could into my room and turn the lights on. There were many times I'd run into my room and my lights wouldn't turn on. It was odd, since my dad had renovated the room and updated the lights before I moved in. I'd have to run through the dark basement and find my dad to replace the lights again. Before the winter, my dad installed a fireplace to the basement, and thankfully he left it lit most nights throughout the winter. The fireplace sat directly across from my bedroom door. I'd leave my door cracked, so even if my lights didn't work, I'd have the lights from the fireplace. One night when I was in 6th grade, I woke up suddenly to a noise from the fireplace. I looked up and saw a shadow of a man who looked exactly like my dad at the end of my bed. I assumed the nose was my dad, reloading the wood. I laid in bed watching the shadow, but the longer I looked, the more I realized it wasn't a shadow of my dad. It was translucent, but it was a full figure. It was 3D. I could see the arms and legs clearly, and the hole where the eyes should be. It was just standing at the end of my bed watching me, but I didn't feel scared and eventually fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I was getting ready for school and noticed a strange bruise on the top of my left foot. The more I looked at the bruise, the more I noticed it looked like a handprint. There were finger marks wrapped around the top of my foot and a thumb by my ankle. I showed my dad and asked if he was in the basement while I was sleeping, and if he had come into my room to watch me sleep. He was visibly concerned, thinking a man was in our house the night before watching me. He assured me he wasn't in the basement, and that I probably got the bruise by playing with my siblings. I told him about the shadowy figure I saw at the end of my bed, and told me it was my grandpa watching over me. Nothing came of it, and I just took it as my dad thinking my grandpa's ghost was leaving me a sign from heaven. After that, my parents would come to check on me regularly. There were many times they would talk about coming into my room, and I'd sit up and have a full conversation with them, then fall back asleep, and I don't remember this happening at all. To this day, I still have part of the bruise on my foot. It's right where the palm would have been. Anytime my parents see it, they ask me where the bruise came from and why I always have a bruise in the same spot. I retell the story, but they just brush it off and say ghosts aren't real. I was 11 years old, and this is something that has been stuck in my mind ever since. I'd woken up late at night, hungry, and decided to sneak into the kitchen to grab something to eat. The house was completely dark. I reached the light switch and flicked it on, expecting the usual kitchen glow. But instead of the familiar sight of the table and chairs, I froze. Right next to the kitchen table, there was something. A shadow, tall, vaguely human-shaped, but the edges of it seemed to flicker like smoke, and underneath it, there was a faint orange glow like a tiny flame licking the floor beneath it. I swear it lasted no more than a second, but in that instant, it felt like the air itself had grown heavier, and I could no longer move or breathe properly. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. I blinked and the kitchen was normal again, except for the fact that a few seconds later, a loud crack echoed from outside. I ran to the window and saw one of the power lines sparking violently. Sparks flew, and the line caught fire. I don't know if the apparition had anything to do with the fire, but ever since that night, I've never felt safe near that kitchen. I haven't told anyone this before. I guess I thought they'd think I were making it up, but even all these years later, I can still see that flickering shadow and the tiny flame beneath it, and still get chills thinking about it. This happened a few years ago, when I was visiting my aunt's old cottage in rural Ireland. The place had been in the family for generations, and locals always joked about it being a wee bit haunted. I never really believed in that sort of thing, until it started happening to me. It began small. Things would move from where I left them, keys on the counter, a book on the windowsill, but nothing major, just little items disappearing and reappearing in odd places. At first, I thought I was misplacing them. My aunt laughed it off and said it was probably the fairies having a bit of fun, which is a common local superstition. Then one evening, I was alone in the cottage reading by the fireplace. I left my notebook on the table and went to the kitchen for some tea. When I came back, it was gone. I checked the table, the floor, even behind the couch. There was no notebook, and I began to feel a bit unnerved. About an hour later, there was a soft tap-tap sound coming from the hallway. I followed it and found the notebook on the windowsill in the guest room, open to a blank page. I didn't remember leaving it on. But the weirdest part? The page had a small sketch on it, like something or someone had tried to draw me. It was crude but definitely human-shaped. Over the next few days, I started noticing patterns. Items weren't just being moved randomly. They were taken from areas where people often lingered and placed somewhere else that seemed significant. A pair of scissors ended up on the old hearth where my great-grandmother used to sew. A cup of tea I'd set on the counter appeared on the table where my aunt had always eaten breakfast with her sister. After talking with my aunt, she explained something that chilled me. In old Irish folklore, some spirits are keeper of memories. When they move objects, it's not malicious. They're just trying to show you something from the past or reconnect the present with old moments they witnessed. She said that sometimes if the object belonged to someone who lived in the house long ago, the spirit might borrow it to relive a memory and then return it once it does. I left the cottage the next day. Since then, I never question why things disappear in that house. The spirits aren't stealing, they're preserving in their own strange way. Has anyone else experienced anything, like objects moving without explanation, only to later understand it was a message more than a prank? Full disclosure, I'm a skeptic, but I love ghost stories. My thought is there are likely logical explanations for most, if not all, accounts of people seeing ghosts. Now, when my daughter was 3-ish, she would say, "My grandpa with long hair came to see me last night." She said he didn't say anything and just looked at her. This happened several times over the course of a few months. My father passed away in 2012 and had long hair for most of his adult life until he passed. We have a few pictures of him, and I'm sure we told her this is your grandpa at different points, so I thought she was either pretending or dreaming. She's now 5. Her great-aunt Millie, who she's named after, passed away a few months ago, and we had our first discussion with her about death. While she didn't exactly get it, she knows Millie isn't coming back. The other day, she said, "Someone with Millie's shoes and hair was in my room last night." We asked her if she said anything or if she was scared, and she said no to both. She just said she looked at her. Obviously, there are many logical explanations, but the hair and shoes comment does make me wonder, because of the specificity, and Millie's shoes and hair were both unique. I've inched closer to the belief side because of this alone. I was pregnant with my son at 17. His biological father was abusive, and we would see each other on and off throughout the pregnancy. I was staying at my dad's after we broke up, and after the first time he came to see me there randomly one day, I heard our wall phone dialing out, and then the doorbell rang. I went to see who was at the door, and I saw this man in a cowboy hat walking down the sidewalk. I eventually go live with my mum, and again, sometime after a meeting with the biological father, I'm laying on the couch, the front door is open, and our corded phone starts audibly dialing, and I hear someone on the porch. I get up and look out to see who's there, and it's the cowboy man walking down the sidewalk. My mum and I moved to another town, into an apartment. The biological father came to visit me there, and sure enough, sometime after, the phone dialed out and the doorbell rang, but there was no one at the door, so I looked out the window and saw the shadow of a person walking away. I've always wondered who this man was, and if he was some kind of protector. Maybe he was my grandfather, that resembled him, that I never met. He passed a few weeks after I was born. I never saw Cowboy Man again after the third time. After I had my son, I was done with the biological father. I moved on since he didn't want to be a part of his life. Until 17 to 18 years later, I moved to a different state. I started having experiences, and a few nights over a couple of months, I kept having issues at night. Someone in my ear saying my name, sitting on my bed, knocking, etc. And then one night I saw a cowboy man on my balcony just standing there. I hadn't seen or thought about him in years, so why was he visiting again? A few days later, I started thinking about my estranged aunt, who's my dad's sister. I hadn't seen or spoken to her in many years, but I wanted to reach out. So I go searching online to find a contact info or a profile or something. But instead I found her obituary. She passed in 2016. So I called my dad, and apparently no one had any idea she died, literally no one. My other aunts went and claimed her remains. Since then I haven't had too many experiences. All the night stuff completely stopped. So I kind of do believe my cowboy man is my grandfather, and he had brought my aunt to me to let everyone know she'd passed on. I think it was her saying my name in my ear during those nights sitting on my bed, trying to get my attention somehow. When I was in my late 20s, I rented an apartment that had really cheap rent for the area. All was well for a few months, but my cats refused to go into the kitchen or the bathroom for whatever reason. I started hearing my kitchen drawers being rummaged through, like it would sound if you were looking for a fork or something, but I lived alone, so where would it come from? I would also hear whispers or disembodied voices, usually when I was trying to sleep or in my spare room studying for college. It freaked out my cats and me, but to the point it was just voices, so I let it be. About a year into my life there, I was almost asleep, and all of a sudden I felt a very hot breath on my face, and a male voice saying, "Hey," loudly. I smelled alcohol. I looked around but couldn't see anything, and slept in my living room for 3 days after that. About a week after that incident, I was in the shower when I heard the door to the bathroom rattle like someone was trying to break in. I then heard really loud banging on the door, and that same voice again, but I couldn't make out the words. Another male voice said something and it sounded like an argument. I was frozen, and didn't make a peep or leave the bathroom for a good 10 minutes after that. Not sure about the truth to the backstory, but a friend with abilities said that a young man lived in my unit many years before and was found dead in the apartment under mysterious circumstances. They said either an overdose or violence. Either way, whatever the hell that presence was, I moved out ASAP. I've never been bothered or had my cats freaked out over nothing since then. I've never been so afraid in my life in that apartment. When I was younger, I had a friend staying the night, and we were up joking around and talking just before we were about to pass out. Now, I should mention at the time I replaced my closet door with these hanging beads, and it was a large walk-in closet, and from floor to ceiling. The ceiling was about 11 feet. She stopped mid-sentence and asked, "Hey, what's that in your closet?" I look over to see what she's talking about, and behind the beads is a shadow that looks like a man. It was facing directly towards us and didn't move. The part where the head should be looked cut off at the ceiling, almost as if its head was through the ceiling. We sat and stared for a good 5 minutes, wondering what we should do. It never moved. I looked up at the window to see if anything was reflecting through it, but mind you, the house was 2 stories tall, and it was facing the road with nothing that could possibly cast a shadow like that. I mustered up the courage, slowly walked towards it and flicked on the closet light. The light flashed momentarily, then blew up. We ran downstairs screaming and slept in the living room that night. I should mention the next night I looked to see if the shadow was still there, possibly as a way to explain it, and it wasn't. I didn't sleep that room again until my mum replaced the beads with the closet door. I had a lot of weird things happen in that house, but that was the most notable one. My boyfriend's house is also haunted. I do believe he may have ghost cat, as I've seen flashes of a cat run by. I go to look and there's no cat there. I felt a cat slowly walk on the bed, distinctly feel the weight of little paws pressing down on the pillow just for me to reach out and pet it. But there's no cat there. However, there is also a person that haunts his house. I've seen its shadow multiple times. It likes to knock on doors and whisper in the hallway. The worst story is one night. Him and me were sleeping in bed, and I was having a dream that we were both scared but looking around his house in a strange dream dimension. I saw orbs floating of light everywhere, and this door that didn't exist in his house was present. I slowly went to look to see what this mysterious room had in it, and as soon as I turned the corner, I heard and felt fast footsteps bolting towards me in bed. I woke up in a panic because I thought I was about to be attacked by someone or something, but I woke up just in time. The footsteps stopped right at the corner of the bed, as if something ran up to me, but nothing ever happened after I woke up. That place has some strange energy. The ghost cat is cute though. This happened over a year ago. I got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. I do my business and start to head back to the room. Down the hallway, in the deep black of night in that house, I see someone walking towards me. It was about the same size as my boyfriend, so I figured they were going to the bathroom too. As we passed each other in the hallway though, his shoulder checked me hard. I thought to myself, what the hell's this about? But they have anger management issues, so I figured he was just pissed off about something. And he was probably just going to the bathroom. He didn't turn around to look at me. I get to my room, open the door, enter with my head down and instinctively turn around and slowly close the door behind me. I turn around. This time my eyes make their way to the bed and I freeze. I've heard people use the expression frozen in place before, but I always felt they were over-exaggerating or being dramatic. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that you can be frozen in place with fear, whereas you cannot move or breathe or do anything. That was this situation. On the bed, with the nightstand light on, and basking the whole room in a soft glow was the boyfriend. He was still snoring away, but was not alone. I don't really know how to describe what I was seeing. Best I can say is imagine you were able to double a person in place where they were. Then you took the double and moved them just slightly off center where they were, and made them blurry or buzzing like static electricity. That's what I was seeing. The whole ordeal took about 2 minutes. Not for one moment did I break eye contact with that thing as it sunk deeper and deeper into the mattress until it was completely gone. The scream I had been trying to get out the whole time was finally able to escape my throat, which woke my boyfriend up with a startle. We both got dressed and made a beeline to the car, and I filled him in once we were away from the house. They of course didn't believe me, and I can't blame him. Had I not seen it, I wouldn't have believed me either. He did mention about dreaming about quicksand before. I slept on the couch for 6 weeks before I was finally able to go back into the bedroom. The strange part of it all, though, is in retrospect, whatever that thing was, I don't think it wanted to hurt him or me. But it was absolutely vital I saw it. That was the feeling I was left with. It needed to be witnessed at any cost. My fiancée and I have been living in an apartment since December of 23. When we first moved in, she would have terrible visions about an old lady visiting her while she was sleeping. She said this entity was evil and wanted to cause us harm. Our apartment is also laid out to where you can walk through the bathroom into the bedroom, into the living room and kitchen and back into the bathroom. After about a month, my fiancée had her grandma come in and bless the place. Since then, my fiancée has not had any bad dreams, though they've increased for me tenfold. Well, one night, when my fiancée was getting ready to take a bath, I was doing dishes, and I looked to my left into the bathroom where she was just kind of standing there staring at the water. I then heard movement from the bedroom and looked at the bedroom to see my fiancée come out. I looked back to the bathroom, and the entity was facing me, but it had no face. It was just skin. But I could somehow tell it was looking directly at me, and I felt this intense crippling headache. I fell to the ground holding my head, and then it subsided, and my fiancée was standing over me worried. I looked at the bathroom, and the entity was gone. A few months have passed since then, and nothing else has happened until today. I've been out of work with a torn muscle in my back, and I've been home a lot. Today, while sitting on my couch, the TV remote was sitting on my armrest, and I got up to grab some water, and when I do, I felt something hit me in the back hard, right where the muscle is torn. I turn around and the remote is sitting on the floor at my feet. The way it was positioned on the armrest, there's no way it could have been flung that fast and hard. Something or someone must have thrown it at me. I want to get my fiancé's grandma back in to bless the place, but I'm afraid it might make things worse. Any ideas? When I was around the age of 5, my parents moved us to a house that was literally located next to a cemetery. While we lived there, now that I look back at it, we always witnessed hearing things being moved, hearing our names being called, and within the few years that we did live there, I vividly remember one evening when I was laying in bed doing homework. I must have been around 8, when I kept hearing the room door being cracked open, but every time I looked back I couldn't see anyone. I have a brother who is older by 1 year and a few months, so rationally I thought it was him just trying to be annoying. After the second time of hearing the door crack, I got up and said, "Stop trying to distract me, I'm doing homework." I didn't hear anything, so I got up and turned on the hall light and walked into his room. To my surprise, he wasn't there, so I just simply walked back, leaving the light on so that I could see him approach the next time. I go back to my bed at this point. I lay facing the door, and soon enough I start seeing a shadow creeping up. It looked like shapes made of dust. It didn't have facial features or traces of clothes. I yell, "Mom, tell my brother to stop bothering me." As soon as I said this, the shadow disappeared like it was backing up quickly. My mum responded, "What are you talking about?" I proceeded to tell her everything that just happened, and she replied, "Your brother's been sleeping in my room next to me for the past hour. There's no way he was running back and forth from my room to yours." I'm a 21-year-old female, and just want to start out by saying yes, I've gone to the psychics, blessed the house, and none of the things I've tried have gotten this spiritual attachment to break. The man in the mirror has been attached to my soul for the last 9 years. It started at 2 a.m. My family was living at my grandparents' house due to us moving to another house and being in between the process. I stayed in an upstairs bedroom that was next to my grandparents' bedroom. In the room, there was a mirror beside the bed, nailed into the wall. I remember I was watching a movie before I went to bed, and I just felt like something was off. I had a camping lantern next to me because I was so afraid of the dark in that house. Then sooner than I knew, there was a handprint larger than any handprint I've ever seen in the house. It couldn't have been anyone else's hand on the mirror because I saw it place itself on the glass. I stood back frightened, wondering what just happened. Then I did something I should have never even thought about. I spoke to the mirror. "Is anyone there? If so, please make a Y on the mirror so I know, or write M for no." It spoke back to me with a Y on the mirror. The minute I turned away because my grandpa got up to go to the bathroom across the hall, I saw his face. It was a Native American man with a feather crown on his head and beads going down to his shoulders. This is the man that's been haunting me since. We call him King because we don't know what else to call him. He will play with my lights and write my name on my mirror when I'm in the bathroom by myself or home alone. That's when I figured out from research that my grandparents' house was built on top of a Native American burial site that was used for the Shoshone tribe. Last night I saw him again, in the mirror of my bedroom, looking at me, gazing into my soul. My husband was asleep, and I turned the mirror around because I was afraid of him, and that's when my chest became heavy like someone was pushing on it. I couldn't breathe. My husband woke up and pulled me away from it, but I was so scared that this haunting had turned out for the worst. Please give me some knowledge on what to do, and how to sever the bond that I mistakenly made with a man who no longer walks the mortal plane. This happened in 2010 at a church in Elmira, New York. I gave a talk about lighting for the church there, and they put me up in sanctuary for my talks. As I'm setting up on the front pew, from the corner of my eye a man suddenly appears in the left aisle, dressed in white and with poofy white hair. I say to myself what I usually do. Am I really seeing this? So I glance to the left and he vanishes. Weird. I continue booting up the laptop and projector, and a few minutes later he appears again. So I ignore him and let him sit there for 5 minutes before darting my eyes quickly, and he disappears again. I give my talk, no problems. As I'm clearing up after, I look up at the main aisle, and I see a stovepipe hat across the front door window from the outside. What on earth? I walk up to the door and see an open horse-drawn carriage with 2 horses and half a dozen people dressed in period clothing. As I'm standing there wondering, a woman comes up to me inside and says she couldn't believe how much detail they put into this. So I ask what's going on, and they say that they're recreating the funeral cortege from the church to the cemetery. Today is exactly 100 years since Mark Twain's funeral. I grew up in Connecticut, and his house is in Hartford, and I know he died in Reading, but I was told his wife was from Elmira, and they summered there each year, and that he's buried in her family plot. So I'm guessing that was Mark/Samuel Clemens visiting that day. And now he knows all about compact fluorescent bulbs. When I was 12, I had a little girlfriend, but I knew she was a ghost. My older brother has always seen things, and I had too as a kid, but I didn't know they weren't actual people. My brother somehow knew I was communicating with this thing when I never told anyone. I was left home alone a lot at 12. My brother ended up telling me it was a demon attaching itself to a child spirit. He said they both really liked me, and not to communicate with the girl anymore because she didn't have good intentions. The demon could mimic our voices. It often pretended to be me with my mum when I wasn't home. Sometimes my family would see me in the house when I'd be at a friend's house or playing outside. My mum once saw me run inside the house at night, but I was upstairs playing Barbies. I would tell your daughter not to communicate with it because it could be a demon, someone said. I stopped communicating when I was 12, and we ended up moving because a former neighbor found out my neighborhood was built on an Indian burial ground. I'm just glad my mum listened and we got out before things escalated. When I was 11, I had a dark entity follow me around for about 2 years. It looked like the figure of a man, kind of like Father from the cartoon Codename Kids Next Door. He was always in the corner of my eye. One time I even saw him move behind me in the reflection of the living room. I saw him every day until I asked my very religious grandma to pray in my room, where I saw him the most. After she blessed me, I never saw him again. At age 13, I was still living in the same house and it was summer break, so it was just me and my brother home until my parents came back from work at around 3. My brother stayed upstairs in his room all day. The walls were paper thin, so I could always hear his footsteps. One morning, maybe around 8, I heard him walk out of his room, go to the bathroom, pull the shower curtain, turn on the water, and later walk back to his room. Sounded like a normal shower. Then he walked in through the front door. So I asked him, "Didn't you just take a shower?" "No, football just started. I was at practice since 6 a.m. I know this sounds silly, but there's no other possible explanation I can think of. At age 14, we moved to a new house and I was in high school. I would get ready at 5 a.m. for school, and no one would be up except for me and my 5-year-old sister. My room was at the end of a long hallway, and one morning I came out and saw a little girl dressed in all white run around the corner of the hallway like she was trying to hide. My sister used to do that, so I called out, "Persephone, I saw you." I followed the girl down the hall into one of the bedrooms where my sister was sleeping hard. She was definitely knocked out at 5 a.m. and wasn't wearing white. After that, I would see that little girl hiding around the house even when my sister wasn't home. When I was 18, I only saw the little girl occasionally. One day I made tea and laid on the couch while it cooled, with a pillow over my head because I had a headache. I heard what sounded like a finger scratching a piece of wood, like a door, once, then tapping 3 times really loud in one ear. A friend told me to let my dog in because dogs are more spiritual. My Doberman was only allowed in the kitchen and living room. He knew that and never went in further. But when I let him in, he ran straight into the hallway where I'd seen the ghost girl and started looking around frantically. He'd never gone there before. I went back to the kitchen and my tea was cold. I assumed someone had called me to get it, but no one had. These are just the encounters I can remember from the top of my head. I stopped seeing the little girl, but apparently my brother started seeing her instead. Someone told me I should sage the house, but with the caution of not letting in other entities, I said, "Nah, I'm okay with the ghosts I have." The creepiest ghost story is about a janitor called Jeremy. He used to work in an institution and was on good terms with the owner. The owner lent him a room to sleep in. Even though Jeremy lived a few blocks away, he loved the job and would stay over. But after a few weeks, he documented some bizarre incidents. He'd hear footsteps coming from the staircase as well as the adjacent room. He didn't think much of it until one night. He was in bed, but couldn't shake the feeling something terrible was about to happen. Nevertheless, he fell asleep and later was awakened by a thud. Turns out, a vessel was smacked by something with a huge force. He couldn't figure out what caused it, but nevertheless got inside his bed. It was then he heard a giggle of a child. It should be noted this is happening during winter, so no child would be walking on a cold night because they simply wouldn't be able to bear the coldness. Jeremy shone his flashlight across the room and checked every corner of the institution but found no child. Then things got more creepy, as every night he'd hear the same giggle but in more numbers. In fact, he'd even see a faint apparition of 2 to 3 children sitting and playing in his room late at night. Though he was never harmed, it always left him on edge, and he would share stories about it with us. When I was growing up, my dad lived in a house that was built in the early 1900s. I had a ton of paranormal experiences in the house, but this one freaked me out the most, because it was the only one I had physically seen. I was about 14. My dad and his girlfriend had just switched the house from cable TV to Fire Sticks. I didn't have one in my room yet, so I would watch TV in my little brother's room when he wasn't there. This night he was sleeping downstairs in his grandma's room. He was 4. So I was in his room watching TV when suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I saw a black figure, about the height of my brother, standing in the doorway. Thinking it's him, I say, "Liam, why are you awake right now?" And as I look towards the door, the figure quickly turns and runs down the stairs, and I actually hear the sound of running. Thinking he was just playing around, I look at my phone and see it's 1 a.m, so decide it's best to go to bed. I shut off his TV and lights and head back to my room. As I walk into my room, I hear soft footsteps creeping up the stairs, so I turn towards the stairs, still in my room, and watch as the figure peers around the wall towards me. As I see it, it quickly jumps back and goes running back down the stairs, and this time I hear a faint child's laughter. Still thinking it's my brother, I go downstairs to get him to bed. When I get downstairs and go to the room he's supposed to be in, he sounds asleep in the bed. It's at that point I hear the faint laughter in the kitchen near the stairs to the basement. Deciding I wasn't going to check it out because at this point I'm scared, I went back up to my room. I plugged in my phone and laid down on my bed. And then when I looked up, I saw the same black figure I had seen the other 2 times peer into my room at me. I quickly turned my bedside lamp on, and as I did, it ran back down the stairs laughing. I shut my door and slept with my lamp on that night. My dad no longer lives in that house, but to this day both my dad and stepmom don't believe me when I tell them the story. They push it off as my imagination, even though my stepmom and her mum both experienced things in that house as well. I'd like to share a few stories about Dave. He's not a mean-spirited one, or a polite ghost. I never saw him ever, but the best way to describe his voice is an elderly hardcore smoker answering you from another room. His voice is always muffled but rough and coarse. Here are a few stories with Dave. The first time I ever actually heard Dave was when I was 9. I was in the living room reading a Batman comic. I heard Dave asking me if Batman was fighting the Joker. I mindlessly answered, "Yeah, you can read it after I'm done." Took my brain a minute, before realizing there was no one else in the house with me to ask at the time. My mom once told me she was taking laundry into her room when she suddenly bumped into something large and invisible, making her fall backwards. She then heard Dave exclaim, "Oh, I'm sorry, are you okay?" My mum saw no one, but she did feel like there was someone helping her get up, as well as pointing out where all her clothes had fallen to. In my lifetime, we've had 7 cats who have lived with us. Every now and then, I'll see one of them rolling over and enjoying someone petting them. But there's no one there doing the petting. In high school, I got a few friends to bring out a Ouija board to my house in the hopes to talk to Dave. Before we even begin, the little triangle thing that comes with the board vanished without a trace. Me and my friends were confused until we heard Dave say in a raspy voice, "No, this is not the time. There's someone outside that you do not want to invite in here." Me and my friends sat there in silence and put the board away, only taking it out to burn it a few months later in summer camp. Only once did I ask Dave why he haunts our house. His response to this question was him knocking on the walls leading me to my bedroom door. I opened it up, looked inside, and felt him push me into my room and close the door on me. He basically sent me to my room for asking such a personal question. The audacity! And I never brought it up since. There hasn't been much activity with him since 2014, and my parents, who still live there, think he's moved on. He was a great ghost, and I hope he's in a better place now. The year was 2001. I was in a sleepaway camp that summer. We went on a trip to the Mountain Creek Water Park and stayed until the park closed. Our yellow school bus was driving us back to camp through the windy Pocono mountain roads at night. One by one, several people, including myself, looked behind them and said they felt someone tap them on the back through their seats. We were being tapped in places on the back that weren't accessible by someone's hand because we were up against the seat backs. I started freaking out and hyperventilating and saying there's a ghost on the bus. In response, a kid sitting next to me told me to shut up and there was no such thing as ghosts. At that very moment when he said that, a rock came flying through our window and landed in my lap, shattering the glass into little pieces that got lodged in my skin. It was the most frightening thing to happen to me, and I cried my eyes out when we got back to camp while everyone tried to console me. I live with several ghosts in my new apartment. They interact with me. The creepiest thing I would say they do is get in bed with me while I'm laying down. I can feel the bed depressing as they crawl on it, which they do every time I get in bed. I've been living with them for about 3 weeks now. I can see them. They are, of course, transparent. I needed verification somehow that these things aren't just my hallucinations, so I invited my brother over, hoping he could see them as well. I brought him into my bedroom, where they seem to mostly congregate. There's always one that likes to stand next to the lamp at the head of my bed, so I asked my brother if he could see it, and he could. I said goodbye to them as I was leaving the house, and said hello when I came home. They come visit me every time I go to bed, and I can feel them there. I need to know if I'm alone, or if there are others who can feel entities like this as well. Since I was 10 years old, I've always been seeing the same white figure, just once a year, always in June. She never stays long, just a few seconds, and I've seen her in a few different places. Home, different apartments, even on vacation. She follows me, not the location. The first time I saw her was the same day I opened one of those creepy chain emails. And she's always the same, a white silhouette with no facial features and no clothes I can identify. She doesn't move either, just stands still. I've never gotten an evil feeling from her, but the fact that this has been happening for 11 years is deeply unsettling. I moved houses multiple times and she always reappears. One year, I didn't see her, but my ex-boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything paranormal and who I never told her about, casually told me the next morning, "I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Looks like there was this white figure sitting on top of you while you slept." He described her exactly as I see her, and I had never said a word about her to him. But this year something changed. A few days ago, again in June, I didn't see her but heard her. I was on a video call with my boyfriend when out of nowhere we heard this clear, sharp sobbing sound coming from the hallway, like a woman crying, just for a moment. It was loud enough for him to hear through the call. I ruled out every rational explanation I could think of. There was nothing, and no one there. I've been trying to ignore it for years, but now it's escalated to sound. I don't know what she wants or what I should do. My dad passed away on the 7th of September, waiting to be cremated. Yesterday, my 18-year-old daughter was downstairs by herself. Her younger brother and sister were both in their rooms. Me and Dad were out. At 7 p.m., she bombarded me with messages saying she saw a white figure walk past the living room door and basically walk down the dark hallway. She was really freaked out, how tall it was and stuff. Fast forward to 1:30 a.m. My husband and I had been in bed around half an hour. Everyone else was fast asleep, watching TikToks, when my handbag from one of the top shelves of a bookshelf comes flying off into the middle of the bedroom floor. Both of us stared at each other and jokingly shouted at my dad to put it back. Today I was cleaning out my dad's place, and I was telling his sister, my auntie, about the handbag. And before I could finish, she said, "Oh my god, that's so weird." At 9 p.m. last night, she was on FaceTime with my cousin when she saw a white figure walk from her back door to the hallway. My cousin witnessed her seeing this and was really freaked out. So then I told her what happened to my daughter. There's no way either of us knew that this happened. I think it's strange how it was a figure in white, about my dad's height. He would also consistently be in and out of the house to going for a smoke. It gets even weirder. My husband has 2 cars outside, one new, one old. Yesterday at 3:59 p.m, his new car alarm goes off for no reason. We check our CCTV, nothing triggered it. Today at 5:01 p.m, the car alarm on our old car starts going off. Again, I check the CCTV and there's nothing. Is this all a coincidence? Or is my dad up to no good now that he's gone? My friend used to tell me for the longest time that he could see shadow people. I never believed him completely, but I also couldn't write it off because of the way it affected him. He'd start freaking out sometimes, especially when we sat out on the porch all night. He said he could see them closing in around us. Apparently they'd come walking from far away across the field from behind the tree line, even from the road, and just slowly move closer. I couldn't see anything, but he described them so clearly it gave me chills. He said they weren't just vague shapes either. Once he saw what looked like a woman in a wedding dress standing near the old town hall down the road, a long abandoned building that used to host dances decades ago. Another time, he swore there was a lumberjack standing in the corner of our shared bedroom, the one that made sense in a weird way, because the place where we were staying in was an older logging cabin from the 1950s. One night, I even tried to fight one of them just to mess with him, or maybe to convince myself there was nothing there. I swung at the empty air in front of him when he said one was walking towards us. He freaked out. I could see the terror in his face, like he genuinely thought I'd just make things worse somehow. He chain smoked for the rest of the night, saying they always got closer when he was afraid. But the part that really messed me up happened later that summer. There was this small storage house on the lawn by the summer cabin, with an attic space you could reach by a narrow set of stairs. My friend told me one evening that he saw a little girl up there. Said she was small, maybe 7 or 8, with her knees pulled up to her chest. Just a shadow of her, not a solid figure. I went up there with him, thinking maybe he was seeing reflections or something. We looked into the room and there was nothing. He went pale and said, "She's in the corner." I still saw absolutely nothing, just dust and old boxes. But as we walked out, something told me to take a few pictures behind me with my phone. When we got back to the main house later, we looked through the photos, and I swear on everything there was a shadow figure peeking out from behind the doorframe. Small, human-shaped, and unmistakably leaning out with one thin, dark arm reaching around the edge of the door. The moment we saw it, both of us got hit by this blinding headache. It was like pressure inside our skulls pulsing in sync. We just stared at each other freaked out, and without even saying anything, we both deleted that photo instinctively. I regret that to this day. I wish we'd kept it, but at the same time I'm not sure I wanted that thing saved anywhere near me. Believe me or not, but I'll never forget that little shadow hand reaching around the door. I live in a rum-running house built in 1927 in New England. We have lived in the house for 25 years now, since I was 5. From the very beginning, both my mother and I felt there was a presence in the house, specifically in the basement. I should also mention I'm a psychic medium. My mother and grandmother are as well. I have vivid memories from my childhood of an old man sitting on a wooden box like a milk crate right next to the water heater in our basement. Both my mother and I have smelled pungent cigar smoke in the area too, when no one in our house smokes. As I've gotten older and become more in tune with my abilities, I've identified this as a spirit of an elderly gentleman, grandfather-like. He's never hurt or scared us. In fact, it feels as though a grandfather is watching over us and keeping other spirits away. Now that we have 2 cats, they are often hanging out around that space or sitting nearby staring at it. I've always felt that I'm being watched down there, but it's never felt evil or invasive. Perhaps the most outward thing the ghost has done is mess with the living room lights. Every time we left for family vacation or when I left for college, I would say goodbye to the ghost and he would flicker the lights to say goodbye back immediately. I have no idea who this man is, but he always felt like a comforting presence, making sure our house is safe. Does anyone else have a ghost grandpa in their basement that's friendly? My cousin claimed that when she worked at a dollar store in an old mall, that both customers and workers reported genuinely creepy stuff. Usually it was things like someone unseen running down the aisle and pushing past people, or a dark figure peeking around corners, or zipping by so fast that people thought they were just seeing things. The creepiest by far was one of the late-night stockers was pulling out old unsold inventory from the shelves and replacing them with new or updated products, and I guess she squatted down to pull out a bag of expired dog food. When she got to the last bag and pulled it out, she was greeted by a grey dude's head sitting there, chin resting on the shelf. He had a big grin on his face like he was trying to scare her or for laughs. She instinctively fell backwards and hit her head on the inventory cart hard enough to need stitches. The manager had a fun time trying to explain how the co-worker was injured to their boss and to the insurance company. Not sure if he added that she was startled by a dead dude's head poking out from behind the dog food with a creepy grin on his face. The story actually reminds me of the ghosts of Flight 41, where planes were built with materials from a fatal crash, and both flight staff and customers reported incidents of seeing the dead pilots and engineer in odd places in the plane, like their heads hiding among the luggage in the upper compartment, or their head appearing in a microwave and telling a staff member about a problem with the plane. Just creepy stuff all round. Something about disembodied heads and other body parts is scary as hell to me. Why do they only appear as heads? That's so unnerving. The first rule of real estate is location, location, location. The second unwritten rule is that if you find a deal that's too good to be true, you don't ask questions, you just sign the lease. That's what I did back in 2018. A 3-bedroom, 2-bath townhome for $1,500 a month was a steal even then. Today, with the market rate for a comparable place pushing $3,000, it's nothing short of a miracle. The landlord, a sweet old woman who lives in Oregon a few states away, has never once raised the rent. And for a single dad with an 11-year-old, it was a sanctuary of affordability. The house was built in the late 70s, had good bones but an odd quirk. On every single door, every window frame, and even the cabinet and drawer fronts, there was a faint, greasy cross. It was like someone had taken a consecrated candle and methodically blessed every possible point of entry or exit. "Geez," I muttered to my son Jack during the move-in. The last tenants must have been preparing for the apocalypse. Being a firm believer in science and reason, I saw the crosses not as a warning but as a chore. So 2 weeks in, armed with a bucket of hot, soapy water and a sponge, I systematically erased every last one of them. It felt good, like wiping away someone else's superstitions and truly claiming the space as our own. And that, dear friends, was my first mistake. The nightmares started for Jack immediately. At first, they were vague terrors, the kind you'd expect from a kid adjusting to a new home, but they quickly escalated into a single reoccurring horror: a dark man. That's what he'd whisper. "He stands in the corner and watches me. He doesn't let me sleep." For 2 years, I tried everything a rational dad can think of. A new nightlight, therapy, limiting scary movies, even getting a dog, a goofy chihuahua called Iris, who seemed utterly unbothered by anything. Nothing worked. The psychologist said it was likely anxiety, a manifestation of the upheaval in his young life and growing up without a mother. I clung to that diagnosis because the alternative was unthinkable. Finally, worn down by his nightly terrors and persistent begging, I relented. We swapped rooms. I moved my home office into his old room, which would now double as a guest room, and he took the slightly smaller room down the hall. Just like that, the nightmare stopped. He never mentioned the dark man again. Life moved on. I fell in love. My wife Kenzie moved in, filling the house with her warmth and laughter that it had never known. The guest room, Jack's former chamber of horrors, became a frequent crash pad for her constellation of girlfriends who came to visit. This is when the story started again, only now they weren't coming from a child, but from grown, sober adults. The first was Meg. She came out for breakfast one morning looking pale. "You're not going to believe this," she said, pouring coffee with a slightly trembling hand. "I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a man standing over my bed." I felt a cold prickle on the back of my neck. "A dark man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. And her eyes widened. "How did you know? He was just a tall, dark shape, but definitely a man." I was terrified for a second, but then I just got annoyed. I sat up and said loudly, "No thank you." And he sort of just faded away. We laughed it off as a vivid dream. But a seed of doubt had been planted in my carefully cultivated soil of skepticism. Over the next year, 2 other friends reported similar experiences. One felt the distinct pressure of someone sitting on the edge of the bed. Another swore she heard a man's deep sigh right next to her ear, even though she was alone in the room. My logical explanations were wearing thin, even to me. The turning point came on a quiet Tuesday night. Kenzie was out with friends, and I was home alone with Iris. I was in the living room watching TV when I heard a distinct, heavy footstep on the wooden floor in the guest room. Iris, who was dozing in my lap, shot up, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she stared down the hall. I muted the TV. Then another creak from the wood floor, followed by the soft click of the guest room door shutting. Every rational corner of my mind screamed that it was just the house settling, but my gut knew better. I had scrubbed off more than just waxy crosses 7 years ago. I had erased boundaries. Kenzie and I decided we could no longer ignore it. We started with the source, our landlord. When I called and asked her about the tenants before me, she chuckled. "Oh, you mean Laura? Lived there 30 years. Her husband Kevin passed away in the house, in the front bedroom." She was a deeply religious woman. Said Kevin was a stubborn man in life and just as stubborn in death. He wasn't going anywhere. So she had a priest come and bless the room to keep his spirit peaceful and contained. The pieces were clicking into place with horrifying clarity. The crosses weren't to keep something out, they were to keep something in. They were spiritual boundary lines for a resident ghost. By cleaning them, I hadn't cleansed the house, I had given Kevin run of the place. He wasn't malicious, just present. He'd tormented my son, a new presence in his space until Jack left. He had curiously observed our guests. He was the townhome's first tenant. About 6 months ago, Kenzie and I stood at the threshold of the guest room, and I spoke into the empty air. "Kevin?" Feeling both foolish and deadly serious. "My name's Mark. This is my wife Kenzie. We understand this was your room, and we respect that. We're not asking you to leave, but this is our home now too. We have guests, and you're scaring them. We're asking for a little peace. You're welcome to your space, but let our guests sleep." It felt strange, like negotiating a treaty with an invisible country. But as I closed the door, the air in the hallway somehow felt lighter. Since that day, we sometimes see Kevin, usually as a dark apparition moving between the rooms and hallway, but we don't hear any alarming stories from our guests. I still have the best rental deal in the city, and I've come to realize I don't have a ghost problem per se, as a roommate. Before I believed in ghosts, I used to think it was something only crazy or superstitious people talked about. But now I love hearing them, and the more unsettling the details, the better. The most recent one I heard is about a mischievous ghost boy. I was talking to this lady and asked if she'd ever experienced anything paranormal. At first she said no, but when I mentioned that almost everyone who lived in this city has at least one strange story, she suddenly remembered. "Oh yeah, there's a little boy that goes around my house, and the one next door." She lives in a rural area about an hour from the city, tucked away in a small mountain village. She told me that once during a video call, her sister suddenly asked, "Who's that kid in your backyard?" She said there was no one there, but her sister insisted. "Yes, there is. I can see the little boy running around there, look." She turned confused but saw nothing. Her sister even described the boy, wearing a white shirt and shorts. It looked like a school uniform, but there was no one outside. The woman said the connection suddenly got fuzzy right after that, and when the call ended, the yard felt colder than usual. She went on to say that in the house next door, the boy causes even more trouble. Beside running through the yard at night, he moves things around, objects that couldn't possibly fall or shift on their own. Dishes, toys, tools, they just fly off the shelves like someone is deliberately tossing them. I asked if she'd ever seen him, and she told me she had. There was one evening she went out to buy tortillas, and when she came back and opened the gate, she saw her grandson running across the yard and disappearing into the house. She called out to him but didn't receive a reply, and when she stepped inside, the place was quiet. She looked through every room but couldn't find him, so she called her daughter who was in the living room and asked, "Where's the boy? I just saw him run inside." Her daughter sounded confused and said, "He's been asleep right here the whole time. What are you talking about?" When she told her family what happened, they nodded and said, "Ah, so you've seen him too?" It's true then. Both houses where the boy appears are relatively new, which makes it even stranger. I asked where she thought the spirit could have come from, and she said she believes that long ago when the area was still farmland, children used to die young from illness or accidents, and people would just bury them wherever they could. She guesses something like that must have happened, and that he's still around, playing his games. When I was around 10, I was at my best friend's grandparents' house, where she lived. At the time, one of her younger cousins was staying with them as well. I think she was around 5 as well. Her name was Jane, and my best friend was called Sue. We had gone into Sue's attic, where her grandparents' bedroom was, to get Jane some pajamas, and I was standing outside the door looking down the wooden stairs leading to the attic. While Jane and Sue were in the bedroom picking out some clothes, I heard someone start running up the wooden steps in front of me, but not seeing anyone, we ran into the bedroom and shut the door. I didn't realize it at the time, but as I started hearing the footsteps running at me, Jane and Sue began to emerge from the bedroom, and had also heard it. After we shut the door, we could hear a deep male voice speaking outside it. We couldn't make out what it was saying, but it started immediately after we closed the door, like we had just shut it in time. We hid in there for a while, before absolutely booking it downstairs. I still remember Jane being so young she didn't really understand what was happening, and why Sue and I were so scared. I'm 24 now, and it's still the first paranormal encounter I think of when I recall 3 key things that have happened to me throughout my life. A lot of people saw multiple examples of my daycare being haunted. Let me elaborate. So for some context, the daycare used to be called something else. Back then, there was a kid who went there called Dominic, and Dominic liked causing trouble, always running around and getting into things. One day, while he was playing on the big tire in the playground, he fell and hit his head on one of the toys. He was rushed to hospital, but didn't make it. After that, people said Dominic haunted the daycare because that's where he died. The place eventually got shut down after the accident, but reopened under a new rebranding. Some of the old toys and furniture were still there from before. Ever since then, weird things have happened. Once during nap time, us school agers were still awake. We always put our aprons in this little cubby thing. It was closed off, no way for wind to get in, no way for the apron to fall out. We looked away for a second after seeing movement in the corner, and when we looked back, the aprons were out and scattered all over the place. Other times, random things would fall for no reason. One of the caretakers said that one morning after putting all of the kids down for their naps, she and another caretaker were waiting for more kids to arrive when they suddenly heard crying coming from the vents. All the kids were asleep, and no one else was there. Another time, a friend, their brother, and a teacher were there early in the morning eating their snacks. The daycare doesn't let toys in and doesn't have any electrical ones, but they all heard the sound of an electrical fire truck running somewhere, even though there was nothing around that could have made that noise. And there was the movement in the attic, but that could have just been a rat maybe. Still, with everything that's happened, it's hard not to think something's still there. The daycare wasn't exactly sanitary per se. I grew up in a small Bulgarian town, and when we were teenagers, we used to go exploring. Old factories, abandoned schools, that kind of thing. You know, dumb stuff. One of my friends, Miro, said his grandma had this house out in the countryside a few kilometers from town. Nobody had lived there since his grandpa died. He said we could go there for the weekend, and that no one would bother us and that we could drink and smoke in peace. The moment we saw the place, I got this weird feeling. The kind where your stomach sinks before anything even happens. It was one of those one-story houses with a broken fence and a yard full of tall weeds. The windows were covered in grime, and there was this musty smell that hit you as soon as you opened the door. Inside, everything was exactly how someone might have left it 50 years ago. Old wooden furniture, yellowed lace curtains, family photos so faded you couldn't make out their faces. On the wall in the living room was a big, round clock. Its hands were stuck at 12. We joked about ghosts at first, like any group of teenage idiots. But after midnight, when the laughter died down and the beer cans emptied, it got really quiet. At 1 a.m. I went outside to take a leak. I remember how bright the moon was. The air was still. And that's when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around, but there wasn't anything. I went back inside and told Miro someone was walking around the yard. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "That's normal, that's just Grandpa. He died here. He never really left." I laughed at first, waiting for him to crack a smile, but he didn't. Before I could say anything, something thumped from the next room, a heavy sound like a chair tipping over. We looked at each other. That room was completely empty. Then came another sound, a slow dragging, like wood scraping across the floor, and then tick. We turned towards the old wall clock. Its second hand, which had been frozen since we got there, started moving, not forward, but backward. One of the guys exclaimed, "What the hell?" under his breath. The sound filled the room, echoing off the walls. All these ticks that were out of sync. And when the lights flickered, no one said anything, we just ran out. We lit cigarettes with shaking hands. The night felt colder now. Miro lit one extra cigarette and stuck it right in the dirt. "For Grandpa," he said quietly. We stood there watching it burn. The tip glowed red, then faded, then red again, like someone was taking slow drags. When it burnt down to the filter, Miro just stared at the ash, and after a while we decided to go back in. The living room felt worse. The air smelled faintly of smoke, but none of us had smoked inside, and the clock seemed to be working again. It now read 2:57 a.m., and when the hands reached 3 a.m. exactly, the ticking stopped. Miro's face went pale. "He's gone," he said, and walked outside. We left not long after that. None of us said much on the way home. It's been years now, and the house is probably gone now. I don't believe in ghosts, but I never asked Miro what happened to his grandpa, and I honestly don't want to find out. I was renting a semi-detached house that had been built by a landowner for their shepherds generations ago. 20 miles from the nearest town on the Kintyre Peninsula of Western Scotland. One night in the middle of December, I had gotten into bed and was falling asleep on my back, when above me on the right, I heard approaching the joyful music of a brass band. Then I felt a cold draft as the covers on that side of the bed were lifted, and an icy halo drew closer. Although I desperately wanted to move away, I found myself immobilized, which gave rise to panic, and as I came fully awake, I saw in the corner of the room an egg-shaped form the color of mist. The following night, I addressed the corner where I had seen the ghostly form, saying I didn't mind if it wanted to share the bed, and I should take the other side. There was no repeat of the previous night's encounter, but every time that I was on the verge of sleep, I was interrupted by loud noises from the attic, like heavy objects being dragged across the floor above. The next day I had a visit from my new neighbor. When she asked if she could bring her dog in, I immediately agreed, as I was curious to see how it would react to the unseen. It was a very lively young border collie, which after greeting me at the front door, bounded the length of the hallway towards the bathroom. There it halted, looked up to where the bathroom wall met the ceiling, whimpered, and backed out to the front door. I confided in a friend my irrational experience. She said that ghosts exist where someone has died without fulfilling their purpose or desires, and that it was good that I acknowledged its presence, because that might make it easier for it to leave. I asked the owner of the house if anyone had died there, but she didn't know. That night, as I was heading to the bathroom in my dressing gown, I looked up into the space which had frightened the dog. On an impulse, I said, "You know, it's okay to leave now." Instantly, I felt a sprinkling of energy fall on an invisible contour outside of my physical body, and I found myself on the verge of tears. And from then on, peace returned to the house. I used to work as a musician at the Lake Restaurant in Mexico City. It was a beautiful place, elegant with large glass windows facing the lake, so that you could see the water shimmering while you played. From the entrance to the kitchen, the place stretched in one long line, with tables all along the way. One night, after all the guests had left and the restaurant was finally quiet, only the four of us musicians remained. We were sitting at a table, eating and talking, when something caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone walking from the entrance towards us. At first, I thought it was a waiter finishing some last-minute work. We kept talking, not really noticing. But we could all see him moving closer, slowly between the empty tables. The air seemed to get colder, but that was normal, as it was getting really late. Then, right before he reached us, the figure simply vanished, with no sound, no shadow left behind, simply gone. We all froze. Our conversations had completely stopped. I could feel my heart racing, and I knew others felt it too. No one moved for several seconds, just staring at the space where he had been. After that night, we told some of the staff what we had seen. One of the older waiters nodded knowingly and said, "Yeah, people have seen him before. Apparently a waiter had died there years earlier in the staff area downstairs, underneath the restaurant. There are small rooms with bunk beds where the waiters stay when it's too late to go home. They said that if you look at those windows late at night, sometimes you'll be able to see him standing there." And on that night, I swear I felt like he'd followed our eyes all the way from the entrance to the table. I was around 24 when this happened. A friend had invited me over to her house one afternoon. We were just talking when she and another girl started doing this strange game. They had a pair of scissors and were asking questions to something or someone they called Cleo. I remember feeling really uneasy about it. I never really liked that kind of stuff. It always gave me the creeps. So I laugh it off and say, "No thanks, it's not for me." I stayed a bit longer but couldn't shake the discomfort, so left early and went home. That night around midnight though, something strange happened. The lights in my room were off, and while I was laying in bed, I noticed this soft glow on the ceiling. At first I thought it was a reflection from outside, maybe a car or some light coming through the window. But then I realized it wasn't moving like light usually does. It was a bright green color, almost neon, and it seemed to pulse gently as it descended from the ceiling, like a living thing made of light. It didn't scare me at first. It just felt curious, as if it wanted to interact with me. I remember thinking, if this is real, then I'll be able to touch it. So I slowly reached out my hand, and when my fingers brushed it, the light didn't disappear. It entered me. The moment it touched me, I felt an intense wave of energy rush through my whole body. My chest tightened. I got dizzy and my stomach turned. It wasn't exactly pain, but it felt invasive. I panicked and pulled my hand back, but it was too late. The light had faded, and I was left trembling, with a deep sense that something had attached itself to me. The next day I called a friend who worked with angels. She was into spiritual healing and all of that. And when I told her what happened, she said, "Something entered your energy field, go to church, tie a violet ribbon around your wrist and pray to the angels for protection." I also called the mother of another friend, and she told me the same thing, that I should go pray and ask for help. It could be a ghost, a spirit, who knows what, and that I should act immediately. So I did. The following morning I went to church. I remember walking there crying quietly, feeling weak and drained, but also embarrassed to tell anyone what was really going on. My mum asked what was wrong, and I just said, "Nothing," because I didn't want to scare her. After praying and staying there for a while, I started to feel lighter. Whatever that thing was, it seemed to leave me, but it wasn't over. That same night, and for many nights after, something came back. Not the green light, but an invisible presence. I could feel it sit on the edge of my bed. The air around me would get colder. Sometimes I'd feel the mattress dip or hear a soft creak as if someone had just sat down. I'd pull the covers over my head and whisper, "No, please," and eventually it would go away. But it kept happening night after night for years. I never spoke to it, I never wanted to. I just learned to live with it. Until one day a friend taught me how to pray properly, not out of fear, but with intention. That's when I decided I didn't want any contact with the kind of presence anymore, and I started focusing my mind on positive things, on light, on life itself. Since then, I've never seen the green light again. I would like to add that if you've ever experienced something like that, don't ignore it, but also don't feed it fear. Whether it was something spiritual, paranormal, or psychological, what truly helped me was grounding myself, praying, meditating, and spending time with people I love, and keeping my thoughts in a good place. A friend of mine told me a story that happened years ago. She used to go to rodeos with one of her friends, usually out in rural areas near the city. The closest town she remembers was Cortázar in the state of Guanajuato. One night after a rodeo, they went to stay at her friend's grandmother's house. It was an old house, sitting out in the countryside. The grandmother told them they could sleep in one of the bedrooms, so the two girls shared a bed. My friend told me that every time she couldn't fall asleep, it was because something strange was about to show itself. That night, as the silence grew heavier, she saw the bedroom door slowly open and a man walk in. He was wearing a cowboy hat, a blue shirt, and a silver-studded belt, and stood there at the foot of the bed, staring straight at her. She sat up a little and said, "Good morning," thinking maybe it was a relative, but the man didn't answer. She tried to wake her friend, whispering, "Hey, I think your uncle's in the room. Maybe he wants to sleep here. This must be his room." But her friend wouldn't stir. My friend thought maybe the man was drunk. His silence and the look in his eyes felt off. What really unsettled her was the door had been locked from the inside. Then suddenly, the man turned around, opened the door and walked out, closing it behind him. My friend eventually fell asleep, still confused but too tired to think much about it. And the next morning while they were having breakfast, she told her friend what had happened. She said, "Your uncle came into the room last night. He had on a cowboy hat, a blue shirt, and a silver-studded belt." Her friend looked at her, then her grandmother, and the old woman frowned and said, "My son didn't come home last night." My friend insisted she had seen him clearly. The grandmother stood up, walked over to a glass cabinet, and took out a framed photo and showed it to her. "Was this the man you saw?" My friend froze. "Yes." He was even wearing the same clothes. The grandmother remained silent for a while and then said, "That's my late husband. The room you slept in last night was ours." I never really shared this before, because every time I think about it, it sends a chill straight down my spine. That night I was home with my siblings. My mum was at the hospital taking care of my grandpa, who had been very sick for weeks. The house was unusually quiet. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the cordless phone in the living room started ringing. The sound cut through the quiet in a way that made my stomach drop. Half asleep, I got up, grabbed it and took it back to my room. I remember sitting at the edge of my bed, the room dark except for a faint light coming through the window. I answered it and there was a pause. Then a young male voice came through the line, calm but distant, like he was calling from far, far away. "Hi, I'm calling to let you know that your grandpa has just passed away." There was something about the voice that didn't feel right. It sounded familiar in a strange way, soft but echoing, like it wasn't coming through an ordinary line. I was still half asleep, and without thinking much, I said, "Thank you," and hung up. I left the phone at the foot of my bed and went back to sleep, though I remember waking up several times afterwards feeling watched. At around 6:30 in the morning, the phone rang again. This time it was her mum. Her voice was shaky. "Honey, your grandpa's passed away." I sat up completely awake. "I know," I said without thinking. "Someone already called me last night." My mum was confused. "Who?" When I told her it was a young man, she got quiet. Then, in a very low voice, she said, "Your uncle used to call the house at that hour when your grandpa was in the hospital years ago." My uncle had died in a car accident almost 10 years ago, before that night. Later, my mum asked at the hospital if anyone had called during the night, but they said it was impossible. No one was authorized to contact family members and no calls had been made from the floor. When I checked the call log, there was a single incoming call from an unknown number at 3:17 a.m., followed by my mum's at 6:32. I can still remember the calm voice, the way it said, "Your grandpa," the echo that didn't sound like static. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized it sounded exactly like my uncle's voice. I don't know if I was supposed to feel comforted or terrified, but if a phone rings now after midnight, it always puts me on edge. I live in one of the hills that surround Mexico City. It's a relatively quiet area, and there are trailheads that lead deep into the forest. I go jogging pretty often. One day at around 11 a.m., a bright, calm morning, the air smelling of pine and damp earth, and the only sound being the wind brushing through the trees and the crunching of the leaves under my shoes. I was halfway up the trail when I noticed two figures ahead of me. A young man in athletic clothes, and a few meters below him, an older man who looked like a farmer. They were connected by a rope. The younger guy was pulling, trying to help the older one climb a steep slope. It looked like hard work, so I called out and asked if they could use assistance. The young man turned towards me, and the moment our eyes met, I felt something off. His expression was blank, empty, like someone lost in a deep trance, and he just said, "No," and went back to pulling the rope. I thought to myself, all right, fine, and decided to stay and watch in case things went south. But in a matter of seconds, the young man vanished. I was stunned, staring at the empty space where he had been. The older man was left alone, still holding the rope. I watched him closely and saw him begin to fold the rope around his elbow and hand, as if